As ready as I'm gonna be.
You ready?
Can't connect to the internet. Not even an option.
We're leaving Catalan for 3 hours.
My camera's not even on.
Good luck, sister.
See?
Sherry, you ready? As far as we know? Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, August 18th City Commission meeting. For those online and maybe those watching after the fact, Zoom webinar has changed their rules, and we can't log in to multiple people at the same time. So we're going to try this meeting without each of us individually on Zoom, and we'll just be in the webinar focus, and we'll see how that works and then reassess next time about how that works. So, and with that, Sherry, will you read our rules?
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before providing your comments. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Item A is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second?
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Dever to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Next, we move to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Do any members of the commission like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Seeing none, there is one quasi-judicial item related to 1318 Research Park. Any member of the public like to pull that quasi-judicial item? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to, so moved.
Second?
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, and seconded by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. That brings us to the city manager's report. I'm happy to be here for the first one, for me myself.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the commission, members of the public. I have a few items that I want to just rattle off, if you don't mind. First and foremost is I'm honored that we've received a recognition for Stephen Gregg for being awarded the Jim Current Award at the 2026 Water and Wastewater Operator School. That's a big deal. In addition to that, we did receive an update from Municipal Services and Operations relating to announcement to the city earning a Platinum Peak Performance Award in recognition of complete and consistent permit compliance for the Wakarusa wastewater treatment plant for the fiscal year 2025. Those are incredible accomplishments. From an engineer standpoint, I know how important that is. So that's incredible. For the Vice Mayor, I know you would like to see the monthly membership reports. Actually, the report is attached for Parks, Recreation, and Culture, as well as the utility billings report and the number of calls that we've received and the number of calls that we've addressed. And then on the year-to-date budget report, we've also provided that, and Ali Porter, Ms. Porter is here to answer any questions on that one. And one more item that I will turn to our Assistant City Manager, Brandon McGuire, to kind of give us an update on.
Thank you, Majid. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. I don't have much of a presentation planned for this, but did want to share with the City Commissioners, and you probably saw a report in the Journal World over the weekend as well on this topic, just to let the Commissioners and the public know that the City's application for the Emergency Solutions Grant through the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation was not awarded this year. This is the first time in many, many years that we have not been awarded. And the explanation that we got for that decision was related to our practice of prioritizing our locally funded services funded by the city, which includes funding sources from our housing and homelessness sales tax, our special alcohol fund, and our general fund. Those are our primary three funding sources for emergency sheltering and homeless outreach through our city homeless response team. That prioritization policy or practice was cited as one of the primary reasons. A second reason was our spend rate for the current year's funds. With the current year's funds, we had previously earlier this year met with KHRC personnel, and it was a concern we had. It was a concern that they had. One of the issues that I will cite for our sort of slow spend on that was the approved use was for street outreach, and we had a significant reduction in the number of unsheltered homeless people in our community because we built the sheltering capacity and people are using the sheltering capacity. And so our ability to spend those funds for the approved purpose had been constricted. So we do have an alternative plan that has been previously approved by KHRC to provide our funding to the Willow Domestic Violence Center, which will at least hopefully help them sustain over the next year the loss of this funding that they were hoping for and had kind of come to depend on. So with that, I'll be happy to stand for questions. I'm not the technical expert on ESG. That is a federal funding stream. So as you can imagine, there are some, we can get pretty deep technically on that, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Anything else? Any questions for Majid? Excellent. Thank you very much. And that brings us to City Commission reports. Where City Commissioners may report on meetings, provide comments, etc. No public comment on this item. I just want to start off by thanking the Vice Mayor for running the last two meetings and had a good vacation. It's been a long time since I missed two meetings, and so I appreciate the community support as well. I know we had obviously important topics going on, but enjoyed my time off, and I missed some good events like Majid's first meeting and Lindsay and Chief Hardy getting full-time jobs. So I want to congratulate all of them for being here and look forward to jumping back in. I'd also note from the consent agenda that just for those who regularly attend these meetings to watch, we are going to have a special meeting next week at 5:45. Originally, it was set at 5 o'clock, but we're going to keep that at 5:45. It'll be no public comment, but it'll be a work session on MSO campus and the municipal airport. So just those who want to show up in person or tune in, we'll have a meeting next Tuesday on that. Finally, I would say as I open my mail here, getting back, we did receive a letter from the mayor of Manhattan, Kansas, Mayor Adamchuk, and she sent a very nice letter just extending her appreciation to the city of Lawrence and all the community partners who helped make Lawrence such an outstanding host for the Algerians during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And she went through and cited many of the articles and the things that she saw and witnessed. And, she ended by saying, please accept our gratitude and congratulations for an outstanding way Lawrence welcomed Algeria and represented Kansas. Your community's efforts made a meaningful impact, and we are proud to celebrate this success with you. So I thought that was a very nice letter from the mayor of Manhattan. that is what I had. Other comments, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate Troop 2856, the Girl Scouts, who have painted a really nice thing on the Ad Astra Running Building. If you haven't got a chance to drive by and see it, it's really impressive. So just wanted to congratulate them. Thanks for your hard work. It definitely brightens up downtown, so thank you.
Bishop Pulliam?
Just wanted to point out that I was able to meet with the city manager and the directors out at KUIP and introduce Majid to some of the people there. I'm sure they've met before, but formally introduce him to the concept of what we've created out there and hopefully allow him to take those assets and run with them, because I know that he knows a thing or two about business development. So thank you.
Commissioner Sillis?
Yeah, just a few quick updates. Last week and this week, it's been a lot of our FA committee and membership council meetings for NLC in preparation for City Summit. So we had our race equity and leadership meeting last week, where we outlined what we hope to have ready in draft form by City Summit, our civility curriculum. Idea that this curriculum will then go live in NLCU for NLC members to take, and it's a way to address civility on the dais as well as out in the community. So really excited about that. Was part of the focus group that did some of that work during Summer Leadership Conference. And then University City Communities, we had our meeting last week as well. Just wanted to highlight, and I can share the link with everyone, ITGA released their dashboard, their housing access survey dashboard. That was done in a collaboration with National League of Cities, and so provides information in regards to individuals experiencing housing insecurity. And so it's a start in having conversations about what does housing security look like in town-gown relationships, and what can we do to close that gap. So we have that. And then I think that's about it. Still got 2 meetings down and 2 more to go. And right now working on resolutions for several of our FA committees for NBC Leo for the work that we do with that. And just looking forward to hearing back from some individuals that we reached out to in regards to some situations that we had a couple of weeks ago with the video that came out. And we're just going to be circling back to see if some of the individuals that we reached out to, have they prepared a letter to share, or at least provide some feedback in regards to what they plan to do with that. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to our regular agenda. Regular agenda item 1 is to update on the healthcare fund. And Shakiva is up.
Good evening, Commissioners, Vice Mayor and Mayor. Shakiva Christian from the Human Resources Department. Today we want to give you a presentation from our consultant and broker Gallagher regarding our healthcare fund. Currently our health care fund is kind of unstable, and there's a lot of things that have caused us to get there. So today we want to have Gallagher go over just where we are in terms of the plan and some opportunities that we may have to make some adjustments to help our plan become in a better position. With us today, I have Zach Brashear as well as Kelly Glover from Gallagher, and then from my staff we have John Thummel, the Assistant Director of Human Resources. But with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, and Commission. My name is Zach Bashir. Again, I'm with a company called Gallagher. We were selected a few months ago to support the city for your benefits strategy and consulting. So I have, I believe, a few slides we'll be sharing today about how the city is doing so far year to date as far as the financial performance of the benefit plan, and then where we'll be going in the near future. And then have, of course, open the floor up for questions about the current plan, and then expectations for next year as far as the forecast and ideas that we may have to reduce the cost of the health plan.
Coach, are you going to pull up the presentation?
Unfortunately, that computer up there is crashing.
Oh,
In front of it.
You need the IT guy? Do you want me to share my laptop and then we can look at our screens? That'd be helpful?
well, I think,
No,
Okay.
we're getting some
That's it.
plus. Okay, here we go. I need to share this so people on Zoom can see it.
there it comes.
Mr. Presenter Guy, can you see what's going on the screen? Can you-
I can't. It's not pulled up.
It kind of is.
It's on the corner.
There we go. Yep.
There it is.
Can everyone else see that?
Do you have hard copies? Okay, just give to the commission.
So Mayor, we're having some internet connections in the room. That's why I moved. I can't connect to anything. And that's probably part of the issue there. I know Commissioner Coleman had that issue before she got here, but I think we got it corrected. So apologies for the technology issues, but we're trying to know what it is.
Commissioners, we're going to provide you with hard copies for now and have the gentleman start and,
Yeah, we have them up on,
oh, you have them?
we have them
We
up
have
on the
it.
screen. We have,
But
Pulling it up for Zoom.
Yeah.
Understanding the public cannot see that. I got it.
can you zoom in just a slight more on that, just for the people online, if you,
Is that even near
Yep.
the slide you're looking for?
yep, it's getting better. Maybe a little bit more. There we go.
okay.
Let's go from there. Okay.
As far as a high-level executive analysis of how well the plan is performing year-to-date, the medical plan expense for the month of June was approximately $772,000 or $861 per employee per month. Year-to-date medical plan expense through June is $8,769,000. Actual year-to-date budget so far is 1.2% below budget, which is a good thing. The projected budget yield a surplus year-to-date of $108,000. Large claimants exceeding $62,000 represent a 16.6 total year-to-date medical and pharmacy claim expense. And so far, year-to-date, 7 individuals exceed the $125,000 specific deductible. I know this is a lot of numbers, but what's important for the commission to understand is the bottom right number, year-to-date compared to budget, we're at 98.8% compared to budget. So the plan so far year-to-date is running well. When we look at how the plan is running in aggregate compared to your aggregate stop loss, these are all your claims combined compared to your aggregate stop loss, is you're running at 91.7% so far year to date. If, for example, the entire plan runs over that, then there will be a claim for your stop loss carrier for aggregate an aggregate claim above that. Okay. This is the dental budget. Again, like the medical budget, it is currently running at 98.1% of budget, so it's also running very well. So now we looked at how the plan is doing year to date through June, and then we're forecasting based upon current medical claims and pharmacy claims and trend what the plan should do before the end of the year through December. And we're expecting a change of about 4.1%. We're projecting that the total year budget will be $738,000, $483 worse than budget, based upon current claims, trend on the plan right now. We base this number based upon last year's medical and pharmacy claims, your fixed cost, medical and pharmacy trend, and then forecast that to this year, and then we're reforecasting for the rest of the year. So if we have the same medical plan in place next year, currently we're working with Aetna, and the same pharmacy plan in place, there's no changes based upon current claims and based upon trend and fixed cost. We're projecting a 9.6% increase compared to this year. Now, national trend has been increasing the past few years based upon medical and pharmacy trend blended. But this year, the trend rate medical is 10.4% and pharmacy trend is 11.2%. What's important for you to note is that so far, year to date, and projecting to next year, we're expecting a 9.6% increase, which is below the blended trend. So we are evaluating several opportunities for cost savings right now. So we're evaluating your current medical plan, the pharmacy plan. We're evaluating a different vision vendor, as well as life insurance, as well as in voluntary plans as well. If we were to make no changes at all, we're expecting, again, that 9.8% increase from this year. However, based upon our current evaluation on all those lines of coverage, from core lines of coverage, ancillary, and voluntary. Of course, voluntary, the employees are paying for. We're expecting approximate savings of about 10% if we were to implement all of those strategies. I don't know how much the commission would like for me to go into in detail into those strategies we're evaluating, but we're really kind of leaving no rock unturned right now. The goal is for all of the employees and their family members in the plan to enjoy the same or similar benefits as they are now, but reducing waste within those plans on the medical plan and the pharmacy plan. That's the goal. One of the ideas that we're evaluating right now, the cost of, is implementing a high deductible health plan with a health savings plan attached to it as well. This is very common for many public entities to have in place to partner a PPO, traditional preferred provider organization plan, like you have in place right now, with a qualified high deductible health plan. The actuarial value of a high deductible health plan is lower than a traditional PPO plan, meaning that the city pays less of the cost. The employee will, up until they reach their deductible, be paying a greater percentage of that cost. But overall, it is typically a wise move for a company or public entity to provide a high deductible health plan partnered with a PPO. This is one example that we have in place of something we could implement. The current plan design is on the right, and we would partner that with a qualified high deductible health plan. Based upon current claims and dental trend, which is about 4%, we're expecting, if we keep the dental plan in place as is, which we are also self-funded for the dental plan, it would be an increase of approximately 5.9%. We're currently not evaluating dental, as this is not a tremendous savings to the city if we were to reevaluate a different plan. So now I'm leaving the, up for questions now about ideas we're implementing or other questions you have about the current medical plan and forecast.
Couple questions, and I'm sure others have them as well. I just want to be sure I'm reading what you said correctly. So year-to-date, we are at 98%, and we'll, whatever, $100,000 in the black, but you're projecting by the end of the year will be $700,000 in the red.
That's correct. That's based upon the claims that are on the plan now, projecting those forward. That's what we're projecting.
And as part of that, I mean, our calendar year for health insurance starts July 1st, right?
January 1st.
I mean, January 1st. Okay, so why do the charts, like the reference says July 1st, 2025 to 6/30/2026?
So that is looking back the last 2 years of a rolling 12 claim. So because we captured the data, we kind of stopped the data in June of 2026, we looked at the prior year and the rolling 12 months prior, and then the last rolling 12 months in order to project the next 6 months of how we'll end up the rest of the year.
Okay, that's what was confusing me. So we do start on January
Correct.
1st, okay. And with what you're evaluating, you think we can, instead of having an increase, we can be about flat if we make some of the changes you're talking about?
If we implement several changes, then yes, that's what we're projecting.
Okay.
About a $1.7 million savings from what it would be if we were status quo, if we made no changes to the plans at all.
Okay. Other questions at the moment?
Just a couple of quick clarifying questions. Going back to your executive analysis, question 5, when you say large claims with individuals with claims more than 62.5, in this case, is individual mean employer, or does that mean any individual on the plan? It could be a dependent, a spouse, or anyone like that?
That's correct.
Okay. So then, because you can't really see it in these numbers about the medical budget and the dental budget, is there any way you can disaggregate to show like what of these medical claims are for like preventative care other than for like any outside, you know, whether it's a surgery or an injury or you know, things that are outside of the preventative piece so that we know what percentage of these claims are just high because maybe more people are doing preventative versus just more people are dealing with illness? Is there a way to pull that data out of this?
Yes, ma'am. Through the ACA, it's required that the city offer a preventative health screening, a lipid profile lab test, and a A1C lab test free of charge to employees. And we want, now the plan still pays those claim costs, but we want as many members in the plan to receive their preventative screenings as possible, because through that, the relationship with their primary care physician, they're able to catch potential skin cancer, early onset diabetes, and other chronic diseases early rather than waiting until they show up in the emergency room, and it'd be a much higher claim cost. So as far as preventative, we want our preventative claims to be as high as possible. And traditionally, it's a very low-cost claim, a preventative health care. Now, we do have the diagnoses of the individuals who have high-cost claims. We do know whether it's a surgery or an inpatient stay, what their diagnosis is, so we do have that information.
All I have for now.
Okay. Other questions?
I would be interested in knowing a few more details about some of the things that you guys are talking about implementing. One specific question, are we contributing to the HSA?
So right now, we don't have an HSA in place, right?
Right.
If we were to implement a high deductible health plan with an HSA, the city's not made a decision yet whether the city would contribute to it, whether it be a matching program so that if the individual contributes, for example, $250, the city would match that, or whether the city would fund that. Now, I can say that it's at market if the city were to contribute some percentage to, or dollars to that HSA. If we look at other public entities, what is the benchmark, typically after that first year, is that the city would contribute $500 per year for the employee-only tier and $1,000 per year for the other three family tiers. That's what would be at benchmark. However, sometimes the very first year you might start lower and then increase that the second year and so on.
High level, significant difference between high deductible and regular PPO?
So when you say difference,
Like cost per month per employee?
oh, so
Can
great
we
question.
kinda
So the
get-
premiums, right, we would set a premium strategy so that the premium cost, what comes out of the employee's paycheck every 2 weeks, would be much lower than the PPO. So that's an incentive for them to join that plan. So their monthly out-of-pocket cost is much lower, while again, they're paying those first dollar costs up until $3,400, for example. They would hit that deductible. Let me show that up again. Or let's say $3,500 for an employee only and $7,000 for the family. After that, they're paying 20%. So there are two types of individuals that typically benefit greater from a high deductible health plan. One is those younger individuals early in their career who they pay a lower premium but have very little claims. They rarely see the physician. Hopefully they do see her or him once a year for the preventative screening, and that their premium costs are low, but they have very few claims. Also, the higher earners can appreciate enjoying the health savings account and using those funds. They can use those for claims, for first dollar claims, or they can save those funds pre-tax. They invest those funds and they grow tax advantaged, and then they use those funds in the HSA tax-free as long as they are on for medical purposes. Until the age of 65, they can use those for other purposes. But it is a great retirement and or investment strategy that the health savings account is as well. So it serves dual purposes. Either you can use those funds for medical costs or save those funds and invest those funds for your future.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can you go through a few other items that you guys are looking at to get that cost savings?
We are. So we're, for example, on the medical plan, you're with Aetna now, and it is bundled. So, for example, we pay Aetna a monthly fee, and they pay our claims. With that, they actually offer the stop loss. So over $125,000, they pay all those claims. They're over $125,000. They also are providing the pharmacy benefit. So they provide all those, they provide all those services in one. If we unbundle those with a different insurance carrier and a different pharmacy benefit manager and a different stop loss carrier, we're able to actually make a greater impact to the cost savings by customizing the network of providers that are in network or out of network. We're able to achieve additional cost savings by excluding high-cost providers in the greater Lawrence and Kansas City area. Some of those networks we're estimated to save between 10 and 20%, again, just on medical claims, for example. The pharmacy benefit. So right now, we're offered that through Aetna. If we unbundle that and look at a different pharmacy benefit manager, we're able to do far more things with that. For example, we can specialty medications. Right now, employees can go to any pharmacy they want to within the Aetna network and get their very high-cost drugs. They could be $10,000 per month or $20,000 per month. If we carve out that plan, they're still able to receive those medications, but we're able to reduce the cost of those claims through patient assistance programs, through the manufacturers, the distributors of those medications, through copay assistance programs, where they will receive assistance for the cost of those drugs, which will lower the cost for the member and lower the cost to the city as well. We are also evaluating a relationship with LMH Health so that if your employees do go to LMH Health, we will negotiate a cost savings so that both the member on the plan, the employee, and the city receives, the cost of that claim will be lower. So they'll receive a savings on both the co-payment or co-insurance from the employee as well as what the city will pay. So we've already started those conversations with LMH Health, and they're very interested in talking with the city about that relationship. Those are two of the things that we're evaluating as well. Also, there is a, obviously people reading the news and you watch on the commercials, GLP-1 medications were originally designed for diabetics to reduce, again, their blood glucose. So we've seen, of course, a rapid increase of folks. They're also using their sister medications for weight loss as well. And those are FDA approved for weight loss. So on your plan now, last year, the plan spent, I don't have the exact number, but I believe it was approximately $1.7 million or so last year on GLP-1 medications for weight loss. This year, we put a plan in place where an individual must apply to be a part of a program through Aetna, and then if they follow the program, they'll receive those medications, but their program is managing their health care through that. So we're also evaluating for next year a way to, the city will still offer those same services, but through a cash basis, through those employees will pay for those on their own at a significantly reduced rate. So, for example, most of you see the commercials on television and you understand what the cost could be on a cash basis. If those run through the plan, those are between $12,000 and $15,000 per year through the plan, but they are significantly less than that if they're carved out of the plan and the employee pays those costs themselves. So that's another way that we could potentially save $1 million on the plan alone, just for that one move. We have other strategies we're evaluating too, but those are some of those.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Two questions for me. In terms of the HSA, I've seen HSAs before where it's tied to a job, and other ones where you could take the HSA and if you go someplace else, that goes with you too. Are you looking at one or the other?
It's always portable, sorry.
So yeah, so it is portable. So the HSA funds belong to you, regardless of whether you invest those funds or your employer invests those funds, you're able to take those with you.
Okay. And then the question about the prescription stuff, are you looking at GoodRx as a way to kind of incentivize people to buy cheaper drugs, or is that, could you talk about?
So GoodRx is a coupon program where you present the card to any pharmacy and you're able to receive that medication at a lower cost. And so many of the pharmacy benefit management companies allow you to present that card. However, it'll choose the lowest cost of that drug. So it could be that GoodRx is less expensive than your plan, but it's not always less expensive than your plan. So the GoodRx programs are typically, and those cards, there's other cards like that as well, are best for folks that don't have insurance or folks that are on a high deductible health plan where they're paying that first dollar coverage. But we would make sure that, again, folks could use that or use their current pharmacy benefit plan. So,
Gotcha. And then a question for Majid and Brandon. So, looking here, if we have $700,000 that we'll need to come up with before the end of the year, do we have fund balance for that, or just kind of curious where that would come from?
I'm going to defer to Shakiva to answer that question. I want to make sure that either that or Ali
Ali's
to do that. I want to make sure. I don't play with numbers if I'm not sure.
Yes, Vice Mayor. So in our conversations with HR, we are planning for probably a fourth quarter, at this point, $1 million budget adjustment that would be coming from fund balance. We believe some of that would be offset by an increase in our stop loss revenue.
But to be clear, when you say fund balance, we have a healthcare fund,
Yes, yes, correct.
not general fund balance
Correct.
or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
What kind of reserve do we need to keep?
So we weren't prepared to share that today, but we did do a reserve calculation for the next 5 years based upon trend. and it was status quo, to be fair. So if we implement many of the strategies that we're recommending, then it'll change that dramatically as far as the 5-year fund balance projection.
Okay. And do we have anything that is kind of like a little added premium? Let's say we've got a family on there, but the spouse of the employee has access to other health insurance. Do we add an additional premium if they're taking our insurance and not taking what's accessible to them? These are some ways we can.
So that is another strategy to reduce overall plan cost. And so those range, there are several options for that. So the first, which is the most change to the plan and to members, is a spousal exclusion so that folks may not put their spouse in the plan. The next level is a spousal penalty. So, for example, the benchmark would be approximately $50 to $75 per month. The employee would pay a penalty if the spouse is on the plan. And then the last is that you increase above benchmark the spouse plus employee premium each month, so that they're kind of paying that premium, but it's not as apparent as if they actually have the penalty as well. So some of those things are hard to implement. You must have an attestation document that the other employer must sign for their spouse saying that they don't have group coverage. But it would be less common for a municipality to offer something like that, as in general they're more benevolent. But we can absolutely evaluate some type of spousal penalty if we'd like to. Mm-hmm.
For those who have implemented something like that, what's been their rationale for doing it? Because I can see, I have concerns about wanting to penalize an employee for if their spouse is wanting to be on our plan. I mean, let's not kid ourselves that premiums aren't what they are, and we know that. So, someone where if they have a spouse that works here for the city, and they may have a spouse that works in long-term care,
Mm-hmm.
or even insurance, those employees typically have higher, insurance premiums that they pay every pay period. So if you don't want, and those plans can sometimes exceed the 8%, so it would make sense to go with the one that has the lower percentage. So the idea of us penalizing someone for that, I'm curious to know that what has been the rationale. You said it's not as common, but for those who do that, what is the rationale behind it? Is it more because there's an option there with their employer, but they're taking the cheaper of it? Or is it that it's really just saying, we're just going to penalize you if you try to put your spouse on a plan?
So the city is required to offer affordable health care to all its employees, but is not actually required to offer that to their spouses. So you would want to meet the requirement to offer affordable health care to all your employees. And if their spouse has affordable health care through their group plan, through their employer, then it's advantageous to take those individuals off the plan. Now, we can run analyses to look at the cost to keep a spouse on your plan, right, with current claims and current employees, what the cost is for average cost per employee per month for an employee, per employee per month for spouse, and also per employee per month for a child as well. We can evaluate that too. There are some plans that it's actually their spouses are lower cost than the employees. But as you could surmise, that if you have the more folks in the plan, then your claims are just naturally going to be larger. So that's the rationale, is that some employers feel like culturally they want to provide affordable health care for their employees, but if their spouse has affordable health care through their other group plan, they should go elsewhere. So it's kind of a cultural type.
Any other questions at the moment?
And then just general question, I'm like 99% sure of this, but I'm going to ask. So when somebody has like a $125,000 claim, they're hitting the $7,000, $3,000 thing. Nobody's going bankrupt because of that. They're hitting the high mark, and then from there, insurance is covering it, right?
Right. So the city is self-funded, which means that you're paying all these claims. Okay? So an insurance company's not paying the claims. You're paying those claims. They're just taking the bills and paying the bills on your behalf. So we have insurance called stop-loss insurance, so that if the one claimant has claims over $125,000, then that stop-loss insurance pays everything over $125,000. Now, it sounds like, well, that's great. However, what happens is, if you have more claimants over the $125,000, the stop-loss carrier is paying more in claims so that your renewal for next year will be higher. So your cost will increase to again, account for the loss from the prior year. So.
And are you seeing that from last year to this year, that there are more claims above that 125?
I don't have the number from last year. We've only been working with the city for 120 days, so I don't have that number. We can get it.
Yeah,
but,
if you wouldn't mind emailing us,
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We're going to let public comment, and then we might call you back up for questions. So this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to make comment on this item? Okay. Oh, Eric?
Eric Hyde, 66046, South Central Lawrence. I just wanted to point out, to highlight that this is Aetna, and I was on Aetna, and I just think it's, I like Aetna. They were great when I had them. It's just I think it's kind of weird because you can't use Aetna at LMH system. So are we going to force LMH to accept Aetna if we're going to provide insurance for Aetna? Because they won't accept it. I've been going through this for a long time. And now I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. So I just want to know, like, does our city, just people who work for us don't live here? Or why are we getting Aetna? Nothing against Aetna, but they can't use it at the hospital or any other stuff. They can use it at some other places, but not the hospital system. So I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you. How about, oh, go ahead. Rebecca.
Rebecca Britton, 66049. I just had a question on like how that whole process would work as someone whose spouse works for the city. I work for a small nonprofit, and so my concern is, how does the process work of like having to show if your employer technically there's the option to get insurance through them? But then also, how does it work if, like, my employer does the enrollment in September, and then all of a sudden the city's like, hey, as of next month or whatever, you got to get off our insurance because you can get insurance over there. So that would just be my question.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? How about online? Okay.
Jeffrey Hepler?
Well, my camera's not turning on, but this is Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I just wanted to point out my love for HSAs. I think that's a great option, especially for younger folks who don't use insurance very often and have very high deductibles. It's a way for their money to work for them, and if the city could find a way to match that, that'd probably provide an incentive to city employees. Whether or not we can cover that financially is a different matter I don't know about. But we all know insurance is a scam, just like the American healthcare pricing system. It's all arbitrary. So anything we can do to combat that, I appreciate. Thank you.
Hi, Risa Williams, 66049. I was just going to say LMH takes Aetna. It just kind of depends on the plan. So I think most of the time if you just call the number on the back of the card, it'll tell you if it's there in network or not. The other thing I was going to mention with the GOP ones, I work in a community health center, and I know a lot of our staff spends a lot of time trying to get the medication assistance programs lined up for different medications, and I know insurance is very difficult about what they're going to pay for and how you have to do the X to do Y to get to Z. So just looking at those fine details of how that works, I think is something that's really important, especially with, you know, everyone needing medication and a lot of people on GLP-1s these days. And then I was just going to advocate and say, expanded Medicaid in the state of Kansas would really help a lot of what we're talking about. That's all I got. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments. It's not really an action item, but one, thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing. I think there's lots of abilities not only to save some money, but to provide better services for our employees. I mean, at my office, we offer an HSA plan, and it's chosen by about 70% of our employees, and it saves us money. Even though we contribute to the HSA on a monthly basis, we can save money, but it's also very beneficial to most of our employees. For some employees, it's not, so they have that option. And so, obviously, as we talk about the budget later, I'm happy to hear about the cost savings, but on behalf of our employees and their families, having the HSA option, I think, will be a benefit, a nice boon for our employees. So look forward to hearing more about that. I guess my question only would be, where do we go from here? What's the rest of this process? Timing-wise and implementation-wise? Obviously, we have a January 1 health plan, so.
Yes, thank you. So we do have a healthcare committee that we will finalize some numbers and analysis with Gallagher and make those final recommendations that we feel is a good plan to address the concerns regarding the fund. So our next meeting with the healthcare fund, I believe we will schedule it for next week, but we do want to have everything prepared and ready to go before budget is approved on September 15th.
Okay, so we should have some more estimates before then, or?
Yeah, if you would like for that to happen, we could do so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mayor, to piggyback on that, I know that the presentation was for possible plan adjustments, and I didn't know if we were looking at a tiered approach, that we start with plan adjustments and then possibly look at employee contribution adjustments, or do we want to look at those at the same time?
Those are being evaluated at the same time.
Okay.
So premiums, deductibles, co-pays, all of that
Come back together.
will be in a package.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? I'm sure we'll have.
Yeah, would you be able to answer the two questions that were in the room? So the first question was about, does LMH and Aetna work together, or is that something that we're trying to create?
So I'm not aware that LMH Health does not take Aetna insurance. Aetna does have several plans available. Aetna has several plans available. So there's a broad plan that Aetna offers. It covers most physicians and hospitals in the entire country. There are two other plans that are more restrictive, and they also have what's called an exclusive provider organization plan, an EPO, where some providers are excluded from that. So it's possible that the gentleman that was here has, through his employer, a plan that's called an exclusive provider organization plan that excludes certain providers. And it's also possible LMH Health is on that list. Before the broad Aetna plan, which is what the current city employees have, it is the broad Aetna plan, so they are able to enjoy services with LMH Health.
And once a plan like that's in place, in the future, could it also be with the UMKC and other local hospitals like that to be able to negotiate with them as well?
So why we're recommending a relationship with LMH Health outside of whether we stay with that or someone else is because it's local. Yes, there's several city employees that do live in Kansas City and Topeka and other places as well. But it's a challenge to negotiate a direct contract. It's possible, but it's not probable. We could go to St. Luke's and say, we'll negotiate a rate with you because the city has approximately 1,000 employees, approximately 750 on the plan. So we don't have let's say, the purchasing power to negotiate with St. Luke's Health System, which is actually BJC in St. Louis. But for LMH Health, we do have the ability to say, we have this many members and families that are in Lawrence. If we say that we're going to offer an incentive, perhaps a smaller co-payment or co-insurance, and then you'll, in return, offer a discount to the city, then we're able to negotiate with LMH Health.
It makes total sense. And then the last question to Rebecca's question, if we did something like that, like how would it work if you were somebody who had insurance and, it wasn't like, what do you call it? It's like an event where you're able to switch insurance or something like that. Could you just maybe address her question about how that would work?
So two things. One is, I do want to mention again that we have, in the healthcare committee, we've not been discussing a spousal exclusion or a spousal penalty. So you suggested the question, is that being considered? We're happy to discuss that, and we have implemented that other places, but it's not come up in discussion yet because in general, most municipalities don't offer something like that. So, but I must say too, the second part of that question was, how do you substantiate if someone does have other coverage available? It would be a document that someone must sign from their employer stating that they do have coverage available. Okay? And if they can't provide that document, then you would provide a penalty, which again, we're not discussing. Yeah. Lastly, if the two open enrollments don't match between the two spouses, that's considered to be a qualifying life event, so that if you would like to change to go on your spouse's plan, and one open enrollment for one employer is in October and one is in December, that's a qualified life event, so you're able to switch plans then.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We look forward to hearing more on this topic. Okay, that brings us to regular agenda item 2, related to some annexations and rezonings. And looks like Jeff is coming forward to kick us off.
Hopefully that helps Kurt with the audio on that one a little bit better. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. The project before you this evening is comprised of 7 different applications, and there's really 3 different application types, and I want to highlight the differences between those for both the commission and for the public to know. One of the applications you have before you this evening is an annexation application, which is a state statutory process for expanding the city limits of Lawrence. The second application you have is a comprehensive plan amendment, and that is an amendment to Plan 2040 and specifically the west of K10 plan, which is an incorporated plan inside of Plan 2040 that modifies the land uses. Comprehensive plan amendments go before the Planning Commission, the City Commission, and the County Commission for consideration and approval, and requires all 3 bodies to approve them before it is incorporated into Plan 2040. The balance of the applications this evening are a variety of rezoning applications that you would have to consider if the annexation should move forward. So I just wanted to put that out there. Is really what you're talking about is one project, but has 3 different application streams that are, in essence, braided together for you this evening. And so with that, I'm happy to turn over to the staff who's been guiding these cases through the projects, but just wanted you to have that understanding of the basis and also for the public this evening.
Catherine?
Looks like Kurt's getting it going for me. All right, good evening, commissioners. I'm Catherine Week. I'm one of the planners in the planning office. We're kind of tag teaming this afternoon or this evening. I am going to present the comprehensive plan amendment for you. So we'll get that going here. So as Jeff mentioned, a comprehensive plan amendment is, this specifically is the west of K10 plan. Area and sector plans are adopted via reference into our comprehensive plan. So comprehensive plans are under joint jurisdiction with the county and the city. So they go before all three bodies. The Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the governing bodies, and that would be you, the City Commission, and Douglas County Board of Commissioners. This item has been before the Planning Commission with a vote for recommending of approval, and it went to the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners last week. They are also recommending approval. So the Planning Commission is a recommending body. Each jurisdiction is an approving body. So the Douglas County has approved their portion of it, and you are hearing it tonight for your decision this evening. So this is the general area. This is going to apply to all of the applications that you see tonight. The comprehensive plan amendment is a slightly smaller area. It does not extend as far west. Comprehensive plan amendments only change if the land use doesn't match. So this area is slightly smaller than the total annexation and rezoning area. So it does not include, I think we're going to talk about different tiers, growth tiers. This is only in tier 2 of our area this evening that we're talking about. So the key points for this amendment, the applicant is requesting amendment to that Chapter 8 in Plan 2040 to change the future land uses in the west of K10 plan. So it would revise that future land use map. Staff does also want to point out, but because this application came in for staff review, we are also taking it upon ourselves to do some cleanup. That cleanup includes removing some obsolete sections in this west of K10 plan. There was what is called a TND, or traditional neighborhood design option, in this plan, and it referenced the SMART code. That SMART code was repealed in 2025. So because we're looking at this, the majority of red lines in the plan that you saw this evening is taking out those obsolete sections and updating the zoning districts to reference the new land development code zoning designations. So the applicant portion of this is just to change that future land use map and those recommendations for certain areas in that west of K10 plan. So the west of K10 plan currently designated for a multitude of uses and open spaces. The gist of this request is that there is a larger industrial area. I'll put the map up real quick. That this purple area on the left that you see is currently in the west of K10 plan designated as future industrial uses. The applicant wishes to reduce that area and add additional commercial or commercial center zoning uses along that western edge along the K10 corridor, and then shift the higher intensity or high density residential to the north. So in this right map, you see the change taking place would be these brown areas here just above the blue. Those are the high density residential, which was down here. And then the commercial, which is in red, kind of spans along the western, that west edge of the K10 corridor. And then as you can see, the industrial area has been reduced. The proposed amendment, as I mentioned, is located in Tier 2 of the urban growth area. Tier 2 is anticipated for annexation and development. The west of K10 plan, which was originally adopted in 2009, under that Plan 2040, we now have a new comprehensive plan, which is Horizon 2020. We now have Plan 2040. Plan 2040 has some of the same goals, but changes occur over time, and Plan 2040 incorporates newer, more community-based goals that were not around maybe in 2020. The west of K10 plan has not changed over time in that regard. There were some updates and revisions to it in 2014. Those changes were actually modifying the TND and SMART code language, which has now been obsolete, so now we're taking those things out. So over time, plan goals change, and the applicant has presented an application that generally meets, in staff's opinion, the criteria for a comprehensive plan amendment. We can look at those. I'm trying to be concise because we have lots of items to look at in this one. But we do have criteria points for review when we're looking at any comprehensive plan amendment. I do like to, refresh commissioners and anyone who's interested in the projects that we are looking at uniform criteria points along applications. These are the criteria points for a comprehensive plan amendment. Staff does have to go through all of these and analyze whether or not they feel those criteria points can be met. Staff does feel that after looking at all of these and based on the findings in the staff report, that it can meet all of the criteria points, and that generally it does still meet the goals. The goals of the plan are not changing. The applicant has presented ideas that still reflect those goals in the West of K10 plan. It's just a matter of reconfiguring some of those focus areas for commercial and industrial and high-density residential. So as I mentioned, the Planning Commission has already weighed in this with a recommendation of approval. The Board of County Commissioners has also recommended approval, and staff is recommending approval. Your action this evening would be potentially to approve the comprehensive plan amendment if you deem appropriate, and then adopt on first reading the ordinance. And then that will take us, I'm happy to stand for questions. I don't know if you guys want to wait until the entire presentation is done, but I'm happy, trying to stay concise, but if there are topics of discussion or clarity that you need for the comprehensive plan amendment, I'm happy to answer those questions, clarify.
Let's go ahead and do the whole presentation.
Okay.
Sometimes the questions get answered in other spots.
All right, I'm going to hand it over to Ellie. She's another planner.
Good evening, Commission. Ellie Mullins, planner. Let me just lower this a little bit. So I'm going to continue on by going over the proposed annexation and then the rezonings. Kind of like Catherine, I'm going to keep the initial presentation a little shorter, but if we need to go back to any slides or dig into any of the topics I go over, we can do that. So annexation A-26-003 proposes annexing 288 acres along the city's western boundary. The area is southwest of K10 and West 6th Street, and then it goes down to North 1500 Road and west in that portion that comes out to East 800 Road. A little bit of the process here. After the annexation was initiated by you all earlier this year, rural utilities were notified of the intent to annex, and then the Planning Commission reviewed the application and recommended it for approval at their meeting last month, and so it now returns to you all for a decision. So we review annexations against the growth management policies in Plan 2040. There's three main goals, and they work to preserve and protect rural character, prioritize infill and planned infrastructure, connecting to planned infrastructure, and ensuring economical and efficient growth. As well, within the growth management chapter, Plan 2040 establishes growth tiers based on planned availability of infrastructure and forecasted growth. The annexation lies mostly in Tier 2, so that's going to be that green area there, and that is encouraged for annexation. A small portion of the area is in Tier 3 in the orange, and that is only recommended for annexation when it can address a community need. Overall, the annexation area is rural in character with agricultural and residential uses. And it is part of the West of K10 plan, as Catherine mentioned. Outside of the land use map that is proposed for modification, as Catherine discussed, the proposal generally meets the goals of the small area plan by proposing zoning districts that support multiple types of housing at multiple densities, a commercial center with potential for employment creation, and a large open space within the area. So annexations shall be accompanied by a community benefit. The proposed community benefits with this rezoning are 110.5 acres of multiple residential zoning districts, which have the potential to reduce strain on the existing housing market within city limits, 51 acres of open space zoning, and the applicant has indicated that's proposed to be a park, and then 126.7 acres of commercial center zoning, again, which has the potential to provide employment, additional commercial uses, considering the larger scale of commercial uses that are permitted there. Tier 3, land is included in the request, and as previously mentioned, it should only be annexed to address a community need. The 12 acres of Tier 3 are proposed for R2 zoning. That's one of our low-density residential districts that can be developed at 4 to 6 units per acre or 5,000 square foot minimum lots. The city's 2026 affordable housing study emphasized the need in general for additional supply in the market, and this additional area can work towards addressing this need. Additionally, something to mention is that the proposed annexation area contains prime farmland, and although Plan 2040 emphasizes maintaining agricultural land, reducing conversion, development has been anticipated here through the West of K10 plan since 2009. As well, the low-density residential zoning is proposed on that western edge, and that helps create a transition to that rural area. As well, in the residential zoning districts, sensitive lands protections will be required, and then the proposed open space will help protect those existing environmental assets. So annexations are accompanied by a service delivery plan. The applicant submitted a 3-phase service delivery plan to show a preliminary scheme for service extension. The applicant will continue to work with staff to refine service delivery and infrastructure expansion under the future phases of the project if it is approved, such as the platting phase. I'll go over a few of the items that are proposed within that service delivery plan. First off, talking about the streets, the proposed streets within the annexation must meet Transportation 2050's major thoroughfares plan and shall be designed to city standards at the platting stage. The service delivery plan generally aligns with the major thoroughfares map, though additional connections may need to be added and spacing will need to be adjusted under that platting process. As well, the extension of Bob Billings Parkway is funded in the capital improvement plan pending creation of a benefit district, but no other city street improvements are currently proposed within the area. The project proposes using a 15-inch interceptor lines to connect to the sanitary sewer system at the southeast of the project area. Phases 1 and 2 of the service delivery plan rely on gravity flow, and then the phase 3 component is split into north and south service and plans to rely on surrounding future development in those areas. As the annexation area develops, properties are expected to connect to water service with a looped water system. The applicant proposes a phased loop for the project phases. You can see that here. There's a first loop and then a second loop. As well, 2 water tower locations were proposed by the applicant, and the CIP includes the West of K10 water storage project, but the elevation of development in this area may not necessitate construction. Ultimately, the area will be served by Fire Station number 6. As well, additional city staff and investment may be needed beyond the required infrastructure improvements as the city develops west. Wrapping all that up, city services are currently extended to the edge of the area and can reasonably extend to serve the development. Any extension requirements not included in the city's capital improvement plan will be the responsibility of the developer unless some other funding mechanism is approved. And then further refinement of utility extension will again take place during that platting stage if this is approved. Based on staff's review, the proposed annexation was found to be compliant with the recommendations of Plan 2040, and staff recommends approval of the annexation and adopting on first reading ordinance number 10226. I'm going to move on to the zonings. So in addition to the annexation, 5 city zoning districts are proposed. It would be the R2, the R3, R4, CC, and P2. I'll go through all of those in a second. The current zoning in the area is agricultural and transitional agricultural. Those are both Douglas County zoning districts. So when land is annexed, it has to be then rezoned to a city zoning district. So I'll quickly run through all of those. And those are those existing districts, existing land use, review criteria. We'll come back to that in a moment. So first district is R2. They're proposing about 70 acres of R2 zoning. That is one of our low-density residential districts. Again, permits 4 to 6 units per acre or 5,000 square foot minimum lots. And that is proposed on that western edge of the annexation area or next to some of those more rural uses. Second, the applicant is proposing 16.9 acres of R3 zoning, more in the middle of the annexation area. This district permits multiple housing types at a density of 7 to 15 units per acre. They are also proposing 23.5 acres of R4 zoning up near the intersection of West 6th Street and K10. This district permits, again, multiple housing types, but at 16 to 32 units per acre, so a little bit denser. As well, a commercial center district is proposed. The district will be around 126.7 acres. This permits larger scale commercial development along K10 and Bob Billings Parkway. Lastly, 51.1 acres are proposed for P2, that is our open space district, and that is to cover an existing conservation easement within the area. Again, there is that overall map. So staff reviewed each rezoning based on the Land Development Code's rezoning criteria, and those reviews were included in the packet tonight. As well, for the CC district, there is an additional criteria that was included. The analysis was included in your packet, but that's looking at the impact on the retail market. So staff recommends approval for all of the proposed rezonings and adoption of each respective ordinance. Lastly, here is that full staff recommendation with the amendment, the annexation, and the rezonings. And lastly, just to touch on public comment, any public comment received before the deadline was included in your packet, and comments focused mainly on the appropriateness of the proposed rezonings, funding mechanisms for improvements, impacts on nearby annexed properties, and general development concerns. So that is the conclusion of my presentation. I can answer any questions right now, but then we also have the applicant in the room as well. So.
Okay, questions for staff before we get to the applicant's presentation?
Mayor, do we need to disclose ex parte before we?
Yes, for the rezonings, you can disclose any ex parte communications you want to, but they're required for the rezonings.
Sure. Commissioner Sellers, you want to start?
Yeah, I met with the applicant in regards to just discussing some of the housing strategies for the project if it was to be rezoned and annexed, or annexed and rezoned.
I don't have anything to report to my knowledge.
I met with the applicant a while back on various issues. Don't remember if we actually talked about the zoning, but I've also met with several neighbors or interested parties, many of which, I think all of which, have submitted letters of concerns they have about the project and the use, and then also, of course, received emails as part of the packet that's in here, but nothing that's not in the packet already.
Yeah, on April 15th, I met with the applicant. There was a video where they talked about Beacon Landing in 1059, and I specifically asked to not ask questions during that meeting for ex parte reasons.
I have met with the developer and his partner twice. I apologize, I don't have the dates. What we did talk about both times were obviously the amount of acreage that would be annexed, the proposed projects that kind of ran the gamut there, and funding, basically, for the overall project. And that was it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? I have a few, but anyone else want to start?
Yeah, I guess I can start. So first question, is this the largest developer-led annexation in the history of the city?
Ooh.
May know better than me. It's the biggest one in a long time.
Biggest one in a long time.
Yeah. As Jeff comes up, I think Albemarle was bigger at the time.
Okay.
But that was a long time ago.
I don't know if I could say it's the biggest one of all time, only because there was a lot of annexations back in the 50s and 60s that were split up over multiple applications for the same project. So it's probably one of the biggest ones that we've seen in the last 30 years by ease on that one.
Gotcha. Anybody living out there right now?
There are a few residences included in the area. I don't know if anyone's living in them currently or not, but there are a few residences, yes.
Is this in Lawrence's school district or in the Perry-LeCompton school district?
It's in Lawrence's, yep.
Okay. I'll come back to more questions later.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and start a couple of my questions. And one, can you just talk I think we got some questions about the annexation and what's the difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3? Why are certain things in Tier 3 versus Tier 2? I think I know the answer because it involves service, levels of service to be provided. But can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, my understanding, again, Jeff might be able to better speak to it since he was around when the Plan 2040 was being developed. But my understanding is that it was both focused on forecasted growth, but then also watershed lines and the capability of getting services out to certain areas and kind of what that next level of utility investment would be.
And I think related to that, did you say that possibly for this 288 acres that's mainly in Tier 2, they might not need a water tower? It'd be for the Tier 3, we need the water tower? I heard you say something about water tower.
It needs further investigation, just based on the elevation. I don't know, Corby, if you wanted to speak to that a little bit. I think you've maybe had some conversation. Okay. But yeah, my understanding is that the potential elevation of the development may not require it at this stage, but there is one planned in the general vicinity of this area. Yep.
Clearly, when we've looked at the larger area, including Tier 2 and Tier 3, I've always, and I know we've had in the CIP, the possibility of building a water tower, as an unfunded part, but it's been out there. Okay, so we've received some questions. Well, first I want to ask, you had a slide on the community benefit under Plan 2040, and I believe the community benefits were the open space, the residential that we need, and was there one other?
Potential employment creation with the large commercial center zoning. Yes.
And we've had lots of discussion over the years since I've been involved about what constitutes a community benefit and what doesn't, and I know it's undefined in the plan. But for the record, the Planning Commission and the County Commission accepted those three as community benefits.
The Planning Commission, yes, the County Commission did not see the annexation, so they wouldn't have looked at the community benefits, but
Okay, so they didn't
the
define
Planning
it.
Commission did, yes.
Okay. Well, we've had lots of discussion about community benefit over the years, so happy to get some other folks weighing in and on that. Again, we've had some questions from the public about density and mixed use. First question, can there be any residential in community centers?
Yes, there can. The difference between, so we have our residential districts, that's pretty much all residential, except for you can do some commercial uses with a special use permit, and then some community uses as well in certain areas. And then we have our M districts, and those have a non-residential requirement, a non-residential requirement in residential projects, and then they permit other non-residential uses as well. With the CC district, there is no percentage limits on what you propose as far as residential or non-residential in a project. So you could do a fully commercial project. You can also do a multi-unit dwelling in that district.
So there could be residential, could be mixed use in that CC district, just not required.
Correct.
Correct. Also, in the R2 district, I know it's 4 to 6 units. And do those, again, I know the answer, but could those be single-family, duplex, or triplex?
They can detached, single, like one-unit, traditional single-family. That is permitted. 2-unit dwellings are permitted, and I believe some attached dwelling uses are permitted as well. I would have to double-check that for you, but 1 and 2 for sure.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Other questions for staff at this point?
Yeah, well, sorry.
I personally would like to hear from the applicant before I
Okay,
move
that's
forward
great.
with questions.
Any other questions?
Okay.
I'm waiting to the end, so.
Okay, sounds good. The applicant here would like to make a presentation.
Good evening, Commission. Corby Rust, Land Plan Engineering. You've already asked a lot of good questions, as did the Planning Commission and the County Commission, so I should have a lot of answers for you tonight. One thing I will reiterate that came out of those meetings is this is just the beginning. This is the start. There's so many more questions that are going to be answered during the platting process and the site planning process. This is just to get us started. 288 acres. The zoning, 5 districts, the 126 acres of commercial center, we felt gave us the most flexibility for future land use. We don't entirely know what's going to be there. It gives us a lot of flexibility for both commercial and residential. So that explains the commercial center. The 70 acres of residential low density, again on the west side, kind of the buffer between the more dense along K10 and the more rural areas. 51 acres of open space. That zoning comes by way of our existing conservation easement, which has existed for decades. And that will remain a conservation easement and will be zoned the P2. Now, when you saw the service plan, there's a lot more areas that were designated for stormwater mitigation and, existing areas to be preserved. So the end result is going to be a lot more open space than this 51 acres, but that's the start for zoning purposes. 24 acres of high residential, again, in the northeast corner, and the 17 acres of medium density residential. Again, a good mix. We tried to adhere to the existing comprehensive plan the best we could, and we feel like we did a good job. Staff agreed. The policies addressed with the comprehensive plan amendment were enhance the city's plan for future growth. We are mostly in Tier 2 growth. We got bogged down a little bit at Planning Commission on the Tier 2 and Tier 3. As mentioned, the Tier 2, Tier 3 line is simply a watershed line. So a bulk of our annexed property is in the Lake Albemarle West watershed. Everything flows south and east and into existing city infrastructure. A portion of one tract, the R2 tract, roughly 12 acres, is in the Marina watershed. And so, it's not a mountain, it's just a subtle little change in elevation, and so that falls off a little bit. And during the platting process, that will be, that may have to wait. That little part may have to wait until we get the Marina pump station here in a few years. But what is important is that probably city right-of-way and city street, as that R2 area develops, will have to extend west for access. So it's important that it's annexed now, to be honest. High-quality, aesthetically pleasing commercial uses in residential areas. This is a great opportunity to develop a big portion at once, a master planned community, and that's what we intend to do. Pedestrian-friendly connectivity. We have plans in place for all that, a pedestrian highway, north to south, potentially all the way to the lake. Neighborhood connectivity, the service plan, again, addressed all the future streets, and they are in the ideal spot and are working with what we know is coming in the future. Recreation and preservation, conservation easement, as I mentioned, and the preserved drainage ways. And we need a diversity and gradation in uses. Again, 5 different distinct zoning classifications. Low maintenance landscaping is a part of this with the Wildflower Meadow Park and the preserved areas. Vehicular circulation, new streets designed within the entire area. The area-wide stormwater plan. Again, we're thinking big picture with the stormwater plan and addressing the need to collect water and to clean water before it ever gets to the other side of K10. And enhancement of the K10 corridor. So this is an ideal location for the commercial and residential development as we see it. The land proposed within this amendment request is consistent with the land uses described in the west of K10 plan. Everybody's agreed so far. The areas zoned in the proposed plan differ, but the overall land use is consistent with the planned. We're allowing for a wide mix of development and a wide amount of preservation. Again, an overall cohesive plan. We believe this is ideal for both the existing land conditions and the location within the planned growth area. The development will diversify the community's commercial and residential economic base. And the planned regional attraction will bring people to Lawrence year-round. We mentioned the service plan. All sewer connects to an existing manhole that's already west of K10. We talked about stormwater mitigation, detention areas, and the natural areas to be preserved. Ellie talked about the water distribution. Public transit, future stops have been identified. We identified the community benefits and the potential need for emergency services and maybe a potential future fire station. Although a site for a future water tower was proposed, no water tower is immediately required due to the entire development being below an elevation of 1066. It's my understanding that the West Hills pressure zone now provides adequate service. But again, we've shown potential locations should one be required in the future. We've done our due diligence with the submittal. We've gained city staff approval, and we ask for your approval tonight. I've put a lot of work into this, and I feel like I can answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey. Questions for the applicant at this point?
I do have a question. When the zoning request is made in general and we're requesting a certain amount of acreage for commercial, do we staff, do we evaluate what available commercial land we have within the community in terms of?
Yes. And so for the CC request, a retail market analysis was included in the staff report, and our Assistant Director, Amy Miller, is here, and she can speak on that a little bit. And then I just had one quick correction to a comment I made about the CC district. It does continue that mixed use requirement forward for if you do a mixed use project, you have to have 50% non-residential in that.
Okay. Amy, do you want to say anything on the market study?
Good evening, Commissioners. The impact of the retail market on the health of the retail market of the specific project, it's really based on our retail market study. The last study was done in 2018, and it primarily looks at built space in the city. There is some analysis in there on vacant land that is within districts, but it's pretty small, built out. We're pretty built out in our commercial areas. There is some calculations that are included for areas that are not built out. Some of the prime example would be 6th and the SLT. So that is included, and that is included in the analysis in that staff report. In terms of this project, currently on that 2018 market study, we have about 10 million square feet of built-out space existing in the city in 2018. The addition of this project, we have sort of ballparked at 300,000 square feet as a high ceiling for what it could add. That's about 3% of the market. So to put that into perspective. But there is an analysis in that staff report that includes some of the areas that are currently zoned and have development approvals on them, but may not have built at the time. And that is included in that staff report. And it does include that the impact of this particular project would be on top of that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions?
Yeah, I got one. So
Okay.
if we go forward on this, are we obligated to build the $50 million in the CIP for westward expansion?
I don't know if MSO wants to speak to this at all. My understanding is that it would be driven by development as it comes out, but I'll let Dave.
Good evening, Dave Cronin, City Engineer and Municipal Services. So we have a number of developer-driven projects in the CIP that probably add up to around $50 million, and that those would be phased in as they're needed. So this singular development or annexation area is not going to cause all of those improvements to be needed. For instance, the water tower, based off the information we have with the elevations, it's very unlikely that will be needed with this annexation. Probably more likely some downstream sanitary sewer improvements, Lake Alvamar Interceptor, and the Pump Station 9 expansion project will probably be needed sooner. Not necessarily with this development, but as more annexation and growth occurs west of K10, those improvements will be needed to come online. So some of it will be just dependent on looking at studies, use, and to when they're actually needed. So those are planned in the future. We have a number of projects that are listed in the CIP for developer-driven projects, and at this point don't have an exact dollar amount on what improvements are needed based off of this area, but that will be determined as we get moving into platting and looking at different studies.
But I think to follow up on that, obviously the city has, for quite a few years, been looking at the potential and trying to plan ahead for Tier 2, Tier 3, and this western expansion. So you have some preliminary studies on, we think we'll need a water tower, we think we'll need the interceptor, that sort of thing. We've been working on that for a while.
Yeah, exactly. There's a 2024 water master plan that looked at this area west of K10 and a southwest conveyance corridor sewer improvements that looked at a larger area than just this development and what based off population and numbers and what could be required in the future with a larger build out, mainly looking at the Tier 2 area. There's a marina. We talked about the little portion of the 12 acres that's in Tier 3 that would go towards a future marina, we'll call it marina pump station towards Clinton Lake. That's also in the CIP as one of the later funded projects. So that would require more annexation of Tier 3 area to warrant that project. This project's not going to warrant it. We're not going to build a sewer pump station for a small amount of area in Tier 3.
Okay.
With the zoning, it's my understanding if we're not comfortable with this type of zoning, it's basically, if, let's just say hypothetically, if we go ahead and improve the comp plan, the rezoning, and the annexation, it's my understanding that whatever goes on with the development beyond that is out of our hands. With new codes, it goes to the administrative level. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for a special use permit, incentives, and another application to rezone. Is that correct?
Correct. It would not come back to you all. There is the platting process, and the preliminary plat would be looked at by the Planning Commission. But no, once it is rezoned and then platted, any other development review would be administrative beyond that, besides a special use permit or another rezoning. Yep.
So.
Incentive requests.
Huh?
Any incentive requests, like stall bonds.
Incentive requests, right? Yeah, because we know that we are gearing towards, and by the way, I think this is a great opportunity. I think we just got to fine tune a few things. If we want to do anything basically with the zoning, if we say maybe decrease commercial, I'm not hung up on it, but I definitely want to make sure that it's known that we pretty much, outside of incentives or a rezone, like this, it's pretty much set, right? And we've expanded what we can do for zoning for the purpose of helping us grow. So we won't know what's going to go in there. So,
Correct. Yep.
right?
Correct.
And then I guess really if we're gonna, I'm interested in knowing if we annex this land, I don't know if you need to switch. If we annex this land, this is on a hypothetical, we are going to need services out there. Whether it's phased or not, there will be a pretty large expenditure. And we say, we're not interested, this is hypothetical, we're not interested in giving incentives, we're not, we really want it to be on the onus of the developer, and that developer does not proceed. Do we have a group of property owners that got annexed in, and there's not going to be anything going on there?
Mm-hmm. So typically we look at bringing those properties into city services at the time that they develop. So my understanding is that if they annexed, they would be annexed, but we wouldn't, the trigger would be development, so additional development beyond where they are currently.
Commissioner, to your question there, annexation doesn't necessarily precipitate the requirement for infrastructure under a consent annexation. And typically under consent annexation, the property owners have to consent to the annexation. So it's not where an owner would be annexed against their will in that respect there. So there's other forms of annexation under Kansas law that do have some different requirements to that one, but in this one, it would be they are petitioning you to annex into the city limits, and when they trigger that development that they would do, that's when the infrastructure and those services would be brought to the property at that time.
Okay, I'm sure I have more. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah, Mr. Craig, Jeff, can I follow up on that? So, on July 21st, we approved the policy framework of the Lawrence Affordable Housing Study. This application went before the Planning Commission on July 20th. So a question for me is, to Commissioner Polian's point about the zoning sort of being set, have we had a discussion basically to say, this new framework that's in place, this new policy framework, how does that fit with the largest annexation that we're going to have in a generation?
Really two distinct different processes there. It's a development decision to invoke the affordable housing incentive policy. So the annexation, the rezoning does not automatically trigger that. It would be if somebody was seeking incentives to do an affordable housing project, then that would be triggered on it. So it's a question for the development community or the development team than it would be for staff on that aspect, because we don't know that detail.
Yeah, so I guess, inside there it said we need to build X number of homes. We need to have homes of this size, this size, this size, stuff like that. And we approved something that a day later, a day after it went to the Planning Commission. So my question is, for this project, that's one of the largest projects we've seen in forever, are we meeting the goals of the framework of the number of homes we're trying to build in that framework? Because this is the largest opportunity that we've had to do that in a long time. So, to Commissioner Polling's point, like if we have R2, R3, R4, and then in the study, it says we need to have more R4 and R3, and this came in after we said yes to that, should we take a step back and say, hey, how do we actually make more homes in this space, because it's such a unique opportunity?
So Vice Mayor, I'm kind of weeding through what you said, and I want to kind of synthesize it to what I feel like I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Is that not necessarily procedural, but maybe you're speaking to a type of policy which may not be available to us via state statute to essentially connect or require or put a mandate on annexation unless it incorporates a certain type of housing, which we cannot do.
Well, not to annexation, but to the zoning. Like if our study says, hey, we need to have more homes,
Right.
and this came in a day after, a day before we did that.
But we still can't do that because state statute says that we cannot mandate something.
If I may,
Yeah.
I think the distinction is whether or not they seek incentives.
Right.
If they seek incentives, then we can make certain requirements regarding how they use the property, because the taxpayers are giving them some money and we get a benefit from that. But if there's no incentive sought, we do not under state law have the authority to require more density or less density or things like that that don't fit within our zoning code already. So we can't require that absent some type of incentive or other benefit going to the developer.
Yeah, but aren't we given 50 million for infrastructure?
It does not necessarily know that we're doing the infrastructure or how they're paying for it. Sometimes the developer pays for it, sometimes we pay for it, but yeah, we can't do that way.
But I would also add, obviously, there's the philosophical answer and there's the real answer, which is we know that the developer is going to be seeking incentives, because they've told us they're going to be seeking incentives. So we'll have opportunities in that process if we decide to offer incentives to make those requests and consider that through the incentive process as opposed to considering it through the zoning process. If you don't get the zoning, they can't even ask for the incentives because they have nothing. If we don't annex the land, they can't ask for an incentive. And so therefore, this is the first step in the long step of processes to get to that end goal. We can talk about that later, but amongst us. Other questions at the moment before we open it to public comment?
Just a quick one to the applicant. I think it came up, but just I would like to hear from the applicant. We talked about the new proposed area and how it, we have where the commercial center and that the conservation easement is adjacent to that. And then there's also medium density that's adjacent to that. And now we've moved a little bit of the medium and high density area behind some of the city center, which that's the layout. When looking at, the mixed use piece, and it's come up several times, we've had it from residents and it's come up in conversations with commissioners, knowing that there's some advantageous components to the mixed use piece that really speaks to us getting to the goal of accessible housing and universal housing for all. Why not consider that, knowing you can get some of the same things you get with a commercial center, but it also allows you the flexibility of wanting to do that mixed use, which speaks to what we're seeking from applicants. So just wanted to know just your process and genesis around that.
Kind of broadly speaking is, with the comp plan amendment, you didn't want to change anything too drastically, right? You want to kind of work with what was existing and all the studies that had been done and kind of meet the, staff's goals for the future. Also within the zoning, a lot of it's best guess. So you logically lay out the future streets based on the transportation plan, and it leaves you with some, as you're putting it together, it leaves you with some smaller spaces that aren't ideal for mixed-use zoning. You have existing right-of-way, you have existing connections, north, you have existing connections to Bob Billings south, and it kind of leaves little cutout pieces which are more ideal for CC, just because it gives us more opportunity, right? It gives us more flexibility with what kind of development can go in there. So we tried to leave the bigger chunks that were more, you work density from the busy to the less busy, and so tried to leave the work west basically with the density.
Okay. Thank you for answering that.
Okay, any other questions at this time? Thank you, Coy. Okay, we'll open this up to public comment. Folks will have 3 minutes, and then we will go from there.
Thank you. Kevin Kelly, 66046. I'm the chairman of the Economic Development Corporation for Lawrence and Douglas County. And in my real job, I'm the CEO of Peasley Tech. So this week, we got high school kids back in big and growing numbers. They're learning how to drive trucks. They're learning how to fly planes, be carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and provide us health care. And they'll all leave us if we don't have places for them to live and places for them to work. So to the specifics of this plan, I'm really not qualified to address them, but to the need to have a future for our kids in this community, I am qualified for that. And so we support these activities that will give our kids a place to go. Thank you.
My name is Matt Perry. I live here in Lawrence. We have a national sports consulting company called National Sports Services. We've been in the sports industry for several decades. I've had the opportunity to meet with the developers and talk about this project. And I would echo, when we talk about the benefits to the area to keep people here and attract people, I also hearken to the quality of life and some of the opportunities we're creating for people that live here and people that are going to consider living here or staying here. And I point to specifically the concept of a multi-purpose arena. And we've talked about that particular item with the developer. We've had the opportunity to develop stadiums and arenas across the U.S., open them, place teams in those venues. There's a tremendous opportunity to do something really exciting with a project like that. We also are connecting with probably the largest company nationally in operating these kinds of venues to work with the developer to look at highest and best use, so that if this is a project that comes online, we can determine how are the many uses we can put in it to get the maximum benefit. What size should it be? Who all are we catering to? And that should be broad-based, so that if this is a component of the overall development, we've looked at the way it can be the greatest benefit to everybody. And it's not just for one demographic or one set of people. It's to offer many, many different things to the populace and to the taxpayers. So we're excited to be at the table to continue to discuss that element, and We're very supportive of this very proactive project that the city's looking at.
Hugh Griggs, 66044. I'm urging you to do everything you can to oppose this amendment. Basically, expansion and annexation of K10 is going to be a terrible idea. This zoned annexation is not going to solve our housing crisis at all, because all this is going to do is it's going to zone for large luxury housing, and even if it is apartments, it's going to be more of a South Iowa situation, which is not going to help. Development in the sort of K10 direction kind of might be an inevitability, but this is not something that we should be voting on tonight. If we have a suburb outside of K10, we're creating in many ways a different community that is going to be much more cut off from the rest of the city than anything we're used to. We were very lucky that the city of Lawrence has been spared with having a highway be cut through at any point. And this is what we're creating right now. We're creating a full-on state highway, 2 different highways that are going to be between where people are and where the rest of the community is. We already have walkability issues in West Lawrence, and this is going to make things a lot worse. And growth by annexation is basically a Ponzi scheme. I'm really understanding to the concerns of the city to have more property tax revenue and kind of make up for mistakes we may have made in the past. But this is going to be another mistake that we're making tonight. There are cities from Austin, Texas, and to Tennessee that have explored these sort of annexation processes, which might be great and might get a lot of property taxes right now, but the bill will come due for the roads and the sewage and all of the other infrastructure we're going to have to build. And it's only going to give Lawrence much more of a build-a-foot in the future. I am extremely, and I really agree with a lot of the points when it comes to giving young people jobs and young people housing. And we have a solution for that. The city of Lawrence is not a very dense city as is. And I am afraid that annexation is simply a cheap solution to this problem. It's a lot easier to annex land and build whatever sort of poor housing South Iowa situation no one wants to live on, which is going to get filled with vape shops, just because there's fewer people to oppose it. It's hard to build dense areas because people who live near these areas, these proposed developments, are going to show up to the meetings and make it harder. But I urge you to take your time and try to make a denser and more long-lasting and healthy city here than create an expensive Ponzi scheme suburb cut off from the rest of the city with a huge highway through it that's going to be full of vape shops in 20 years and that is going to only make our city more like one of the many suburbs that we have driven through and honestly don't want to live in. I feel like downtown is already struggling, and the idea that we're going to build more South Iowa situations that are going to take customers away is not an idea. When it comes to the character of downtown, downtown should be a real place. It shouldn't be a boutique shopping mall where we do. Thank you. Have a good one.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I have that image. Thank you. Tonight, you're considering one of the largest annexation requests our community has ever seen, and this development will permanently shape the future of our community. It's a major opportunity to build commercial areas and residential neighborhoods that align with our community's long-term needs. We believe, as Commissioner Sellers brought up, that this development should include more mixed-use and high-density residential zoning than what the developer has proposed. Our coalition advocates for the city to align their decisions with their adopted planning policies, and greater density and mixed-use development align with the city's recently revised land development code, comprehensive plan, and even the specific sector plan for this area. The city's recent affordable housing study indicates that Lawrence will need over 6,000 housing units and more than 3,000 single-family homes over the next 10 years. The proposal before you would help address this need, but denser development would better serve our community. The developer is proposing 70 acres of low-density residential zoning, a density similar to the Albemarle neighborhood. With that zoning, this area could provide about 300 to 400 homes. If the same area was zoned medium density and maximally developed, similar to East Lawrence, it it could provide over 1,000 homes, almost 4 times as many homes as the minimum number of homes the low-density area could provide. Both these zones can provide single-family detached homes, but the denser option could provide more smaller homes on smaller lots. This option would also allow for pre-manufactured homes, which currently seems to not be allowed by the lower density zone. A shame, to be sure. These variables suggest that medium density zoning would provide more housing that is financially attainable for Lawrence residents. Additionally, density is more financially sustainable for the city. Infrastructure costs are primarily based on land, not the number of houses on that land. So denser development allows the city to serve more people for less money. Denser areas also provide significantly greater property tax revenue, and mixed-use districts of commercial and residential properties almost always provide the maximum property tax revenue per acre. This image from Eric Rorstrom's research about Lawrence's budget visually shows how much property tax different areas of town produce. You can see that our denser mixed-use commercial center downtown generates far more property tax revenue than any other part of town. You'll also notice that denser housing in East and Old West Lawrence generate more revenue per acre than less dense housing west of Iowa. To provide more attainable housing for our residents and to better support our city's budget, we believe Lawrence would benefit from including more medium-density residential zoning and more mixed-use commercial zoning. We ask yourself to collaborate with the developer and negotiate development that will be the best for growing the future of Lawrence. Also, with commercial spaces, have we done a study on current commercial vacancies? If not, we should, with all the closings that keep happening downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 046. The proposed annexation and low-density zoning area includes 12 acres of Tier 3 land to be developed in the later phase of the project. Plan 2040 indicates that Tier 3 land is not designated to be annexed within this plan's time horizon unless the proposal is found to be the only way to address an identified community need. Why? Because Tier 3 land is defined by watershed boundaries, not parcel boundaries. Water does not respect parcel boundaries. It flows downhill. Staff justifies including this land because it may be the only way to address the need for additional residential options. We believe the Tier 3 growth may not conform to the comprehensive plan because it is not the only way to address this community need, and it requires substantial public investment to provide required city services. Increasing density, even moderately, would replace the home's low-density Tier 3 area that would hold otherwise. This land is part of a parcel with Tier 2 land, but a natural watershed separates it and affects its ability to be developed. Also, this land provides a buffer for neighboring environmentally sensitive prairie. Given the significance of the proposed annexation and rezoning to the future of Lawrence, we request that the Commission discuss reducing some of the 127 acres of the commercial center zoning and replace it with mixed-use zoning, deny R2 zoning and allow the applicant to apply for R3 or higher to increase the density of new single-family housing, remove the Tier 3 land from annexation. Increasing density in the rest of the annexed land would reduce the need to develop this Tier 3 land, and not developing this land would protect the neighboring prairie. Encourage the developer to provide affordable rental and home ownership options such as condos or owner-controlled apartments. Additionally, discuss ways to guarantee that the developer provides dense home ownership options, not just rental apartments in R3 zoning. If the $9.5 million marina pump station would not be considered for the Phase 3 area, then what would serve in its place? Have we done a retail study since 2018, considering the several businesses closures in our downtown district as of late? The developer's tax incentive proposal indicated that this project will not start until 6 months after the start of the 1059 development, which has not yet been approved. Therefore, developing this land is not so pressing that the Commission must decide immediately. This is a very important opportunity to build the type of neighborhoods our community wants and needs. We hope you'll work with the developer and staff to amend the requested zoning and development to be in the best long-term interest of our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Xavier Crosco Cooper. I live in 66044. My main concern with this proposal is that the vast majority of the housing is zoned for, single-family, low-density homes. And if we truly want to solve, or at least put a dent in the housing crisis that's going on, I firmly believe that more of it should be dedicated to medium and high-density zones. I believe only like 30% of it is currently zoned for that. The city consistently, tries to, find locations for affordable housing, downtown and in the east. But this is like a very clear example of us expanding it. We're not thinking, why not have more people live here and make homes cheaper for all? I mean, I just graduated high school. I can't afford a single family home. If they're building, like 400 new homes, I'm not gonna be able to afford one of those, maybe an apartment, yeah. So more density needs to be built. If it has to be on the outskirts of Lawrence, but it should be built in the downtown area where we started. I mean, I'm from the downtown area. I don't want to drive 20 minutes west to get to the edge of the city. It's not very great. And the sprawl that creates of people having to drive everywhere, it decreases community building. It decreases access to food supplies if you have to drive 15 minutes to a grocery store. And so generally, expanding Lawrence just to the far reaches will end up being more burden on the government to maintain it instead of focusing on the areas we already have and building them up. Thank you.
Hi, Trent Santee, 66047. I'm a builder here in town. I just want to urge you guys to support this project however you possibly can. There's been a lot of talk about the different zoning, the different rules, the annexation, all this stuff. Whether we prefer downtown or West Lawrence or this or that, the bottom line is we're out of space. We can sit here and talk about improving our new neighborhoods, our methods, infill, density, all these things. We've put an emphasis on infill and density dramatically over the past 6 to 8 years. I mean, arguably the past 20 years, this entire plan has focused on infill and density, so much so that it's ignored this annexation process and moved a lot of the burden onto this conversation that could be handled at later dates. When we want to talk about houses, our own study said we need 230 houses a year just to maintain the status quo of basic growth. We're at 15 for this year. Now that's at 6 months. There's probably been a handful more. I think I started one more since that happened, so let's call it 16. Last year, 36. Year before, 57. Year before that, 98. Year before that, 79. There's a backlog that we need of this stuff. We want to talk about this being the largest annexation recently or in recent history. It's not big enough. This is not enough houses for what we need in our community. We have an opportunity here to build more houses, more price ranges. We have new zoning, new density. We have new efforts being made. There's a lot of time on the table left to make this community, or part of our community, and work for our community, to build little houses. The developer has worked with locals, as far as I'm aware, every step of the way as much as they can. I'm unaffiliated with them at this moment, but I would love the opportunity to work in this project, to work in this neighborhood, and to be able to stay in Lawrence and work here. As of right now, we're being forced to drive outside of city limits. We're being forced to leave and work other places because there's no opportunity for us. The infill and density is not going to solve our housing issue by itself. We have to figure out annexation. We have to do this, and we have to work together. We made tremendous strides with LIHTC projects, subsidized housing, subsidized projects. I have a big problem with part of that, though. I support those projects in general, but they're primarily being built by out-of-state money, institutional ownership. They're renting to our working class people. That's pretty dystopian as far as I'm concerned, and I really want us to take the energy to put in houses that are affordable, are economical, and we have to do that at scale. We can't build one little house and sell it for $250,000. It's going to get gobbled up. It's going to get pushed up. We have to build 50 houses at a time. We have to build larger amounts, and we have to get this back on track to meet the needs of our growing community. So I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. I'm requesting that you adopt the Planning Commission's minority report on the West of K10 sector plan, deny Mr. Bundy's proposals, and instruct staff to complete the revision of the sector plan that is already half complete. When Plan 2040 was finished in 2019, the planning director said they would update all the sector plans. To date, none of them have been. Instead, staff entertains land use proposal after proposal from private developers and puts sector plans on the back burner. In effect, developers are employing publicly paid staff to further private development, sometimes in the extreme. Phil Bundy is the worst repeat offender, having submitted multiple ever-changing proposals over a 12-year period for the K10 US 59 site. With Beacon Landing, he's doing it again. It's no wonder staff hasn't time to complete plans that reflect community interests. The community as a whole should be allowed to have a multi-year planning process to arrive at a west of K10 sector plan consisting of much higher density and mixed use, which is what the new land development code is all about. The Beacon Landing sector plan is regurgitating a 20th century idea of urban sprawl, strip malls, and auto-oriented land use. The plan's predominance of low and very low density residential, 25% of the land area, would squander our most valuable resource, which is land. Low-density single-dwelling housing is simply not going to be affordable for all but the executive class. And the property tax to fund infrastructure extended to the least number of homes will be higher per mile. And then there's agglomeration. Agglomeration is a measure of economic productivity that tends to increase with density. Businesses that cluster tend to be more innovative as people and ideas circulate. All the potential benefits associated with high density and mixed use would be squandered with the Beacon Landing sector plan. Reject Mr. Bundy's proposals. Instead, initiate a formal process to update the West of K10 sector plan by a thorough and deliberative community engagement process.
Any other comments in the room? Rebecca?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Britton, 66049. In general, I feel like we're on the right track with this development. I think it's very much necessary to add more housing. But I agree with Melinda that there's not a huge rush that we need to approve this tonight. I would personally also love to see more medium and high density in that area. And I just also wanted to note, I like that this is all going to fall under USD 497, that it's tax dollars coming into our school district rather than us just building. I saw a lot of people online saying that this is going to be people that are going to Perry LeCompton. So I like that it's not. Langston Hughes is where the elementary kids would go, and that school is already planning to expand in the next year or two. But like I said, I do overall agree with Melinda that I don't think we need to rush this, and I would love to see them bring back a proposal that adds just a little more density to make it more walkable. And so those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Steve Kelly, 66047, speaking both on behalf of the Lawrence Chamber and also commenting, although Kevin Kelly already spoke, also representing the EDC of Douglas County. I'm here to speak in favor of this annexation, the comprehensive plan amendment, and the various rezonings that were discussed this evening. I'm supportive because this represents the first significant opportunity that we've had to really address a lot of the housing issues that have been occurring in Lawrence and the surrounding area for the last 15 years. Mr. Santee mentioned the number of houses that are being built a year. I moved to Lawrence in 1987, and I know in a number of years following that, we were building and selling 300 to 400 homes a year. So here we are 25, 30 years into the future, and we're at a pace of 30, 40, 50 homes, which for a community this size and a community this desirable is just not adequate. We've seen the results of that with the ever-increasing price of housing. You've got people at different stratas that are competing for the same house because that's the only house that's available. You have a number of people who are probably in homes that are too big and more than they can handle that don't have another option. And so they remain in a home that could potentially be a single or a family home that would allow younger families, people with multiple kids, to live in a community and live in our community that would then also support the school district, because we've seen problems and challenges there, and I think a lot of that is the lack of affordable housing or housing in general, particularly single-family housing. And apartments are an answer or part of the response. Townhomes can be helpful, but there's a significant number of people, particularly people that have families, that would like to be in a single-family home. And I know that it's popular in some circles to attack the developer. I think the developer is someone who's coming to us with an idea, an idea of 300 acres. I would like to see a significant more amount of property annexed and be prepared for assimilation into the city in an orderly and planned fashion. That's what a 300-acre annexation does. It allows you to plan on a bigger scale, so it's not a hodgepodge of smaller properties that are coming in individually where you don't have the ability to plan and don't have the ability to set kind of what the future will be. I think this begins to start to accomplish some of that. There's a lot of concerns, and some of them maybe rightfully so, about what will occur or what impact this will have.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments in the room? Emily Book.
Do I need to sign in here?
Nope. Go ahead.
So I'm Emily Hill. I'm the CEO of Bowersock Capital Partners. And so I'm a business owner downtown, and we run a wealth management firm about $1 billion or more. And I've lived in Lawrence since 1968. And I was gone for quite a while, but have moved back here and lived here for about the last 20 years. And I've come down to speak very few times to the City Commission. And I think one of the things that I think we should pay attention to is that this summer, one of the reasons we got such positive press about this town was because we are really an unusual, distinctive place with character. And I think the reason for that is our urban core. It's not just our downtown, it's central Lawrence, and it's the reason that I located my business here, and the reason we, employ 14 people and continue to grow. And I think what I really feel passionate about is that if we are going to take the step of annexing this much property, we need to know what the plan is. Okay, this community fought the Cornfield Mall in the late 70s and early 80s, and we are the town we are today because this town came together and we fought it and we won. And we would be a very different place now if we hadn't done that. And we've seen communities all over this country make the mistake that we are about to make by annexing property before we really know what the plan is. And I recognize that there's a potential short-term, I don't want to call it a sugar high, but a benefit to our bottom line in the short term.
but I really want this to be a place that my employees want to continue coming, that I want to continue living and working and growing my business, and that my children want to come back and live. And I don't want this to be just another community that's focused on selling more, building more, growing more without a truly considered plan. So again, I've spent most of my life here. I'm very passionate about this community. I'm very passionate about our downtown. And one of the reasons that our downtown is struggling right now is because we've allowed too much commercial development to happen on the periphery. And I think there is a better way of handling this than just a short-term decision to annex property without being totally confident that we know what the plan is and we know how it's going to impact the heart of Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, my computer turned off. Of course.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dominique, 66049. I, am just miffed that I only have 3 minutes to speak because I have a lot of thoughts. I emailed you guys a very long proposal. I wish I could speak on that
whole thing.
So,
read it.
but anyways, so I have 3 thoughts that I want to inject into your minds and have you guys chew on and hopefully approve it. One, the comprehensive plan amendment. I think we need to put the open space back in it. It is very important for storytelling. We need to have a map that shows our open space. And when we think about land use versus zoning, I think it's appropriate for us to still have the land use be open space, even though the zoning might be commercial or mixed use or residential or whatever. That tells us a story. It tells us that we care about our environment. It shows that we have these. It informs the next development so we don't have the same thing happen over and over again where we think developers can come in and, utilize our land in a way that might not be appropriate. 2, I would like you guys to chew on the idea of altering the commercial zoning. I would like to see it reduced by at least half, if not more, and transitioned into an M2 zoning. I don't know if this would require a brand new rezoning initiated by the commission, which is within your jurisdiction. You also have the ability to reduce the amount of land in the current zoning, which is under your jurisdiction. I think this is important because I understand the developer wants to have the best flexibility, but we need to negotiate. We want mixed use. This has been something that we have been harping on for so long. If we're going to go through the annexation and the zonings, which broadly I don't approve of at this time, then we need to be playing some ball here. And I think that's the way for us to be smart about playing ball. If you do go through with the annexation and some of the zoning, you do secure some of the development for the developer, and then we can negotiate some of the terms later. Again, I don't think at this time we should approve this without further discussion about this. We need to have mixed use. And even though there might be residential under community commercial, it does only allow what you would consider more apartment style housing. You would have to have a requirement of commercial underneath. I think mixed use allows greater density of housing types and not just housing options, or I guess like density. So those are my big thoughts around this, but I want to go back to the comprehensive plan amendment again, just to give a little bit of history. Like, I feel like this discussion about this area, it might be brand new and exciting and we might need it and all this, but let's remember the story of the SLT real quick. Let's remember Elkins Prairie, the conservation easement that's being managed by KLT, which was created because Elkins Prairie was destroyed by being plowed for the location of the SLT currently. We need to remember the history. I think we need to discuss this. I think we need to understand the totality of what this development is. I think we need to have a discussion about the SLT and what it's done to us as a community. The other fights, this development is inherently connected to the 1059, which is trying to destroy our floodplains to the south via Starbond. That's the connection between the two. So I think these things require a lot of conversation. And again, I drew like a little MS Paint zoning photo for you guys, so maybe chew on that.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? Oh, Eric.
Eric Hyde, 66046. Oh. So I thought about it, and in the Bible, Jesus says,
render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and God what is God's. And so I'm just going to say that when I look at the map of this, let me back up. I grew up in Lawrence. My dad was always bickering about, oh, they're growing in West Lawrence, you know. And yeah, that's what happened. But, you know, people have the right to live here. And when you look at the map, it doesn't look all that bad. You know, just looks pretty good. Lawrence. I went to high school with Trent Santee, and we were in the same grade. And, you know, I like construction, and he's in construction. He's a local. He wants to work in that area and provide for people to live in this community. I don't like high density. I don't like apartments. I think it should be single family. We're not close enough to becoming a Johnson County yet. We're still Douglas County. Before they annex us and turn us into Johnson County. But I think it's a good idea to do this project. You should listen to what those group of people out there are doing. They're just like bickering like little girls. These people out there, you know. Anyway, but what I'm trying to say is that, well, I can talk about that other stuff later because we're kind of cut to the core of your soul. I just think it's a good idea. You know, it's not that bad. One of my weaknesses is I strive for perfection. And for me, you know, I just got to say, you know, it's good enough. So I got to say that more often to myself. So, but anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
We have several.
Okay.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Thank you, Sherry. Got my camera working. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you all. I'll start with this, and though my opinion's kind of changed now after listening to folks, but I don't oppose this annexation. I do oppose the rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment. Like Mr. Crick said, this is 3 applications that are braided together in this proposal. I don't see a big need to keep them together. There's so much opportunity for us to be innovative in this. And I saw that there was a lot of open space that was taken away. And I'm curious about Dominique's suggestion on, you know, creating open space zoning, overlapping other types of zoning, so that, you know, if you look at the map, you can see that there are obvious water retention ponds and streams, things that need to be there post development. Otherwise, you're just sending that problem downstream. I do appreciate the gentleman that addressed the watershed issues. And that it drains into Alvamar and et cetera, but it all goes downstream. I also appreciate the shout out to Low Maintenance Landscape. I used to work for them. I will suggest that if you buy plants from them, make sure they are native species, not cultivars. And yeah, I just want to end in saying I hope this doesn't turn into another rendition of the 6th and Wakarusa project. That was supposed to be a walker-friendly neighborhood. That was supposed to have a lot of housing. I hope we can do better. Thank you.
Okay.
Julie Jones.
Can't hear you, Julie. We can see you, but can't hear you. Okay. Try again.
I can't stay
She is unmuted.
Yeah, no, let's go to the next one. She's passing. Thanks, Julie.
Risa Williams.
Hi, Risa Williams, 66049. I was just going to say, Julie Jones, I can meet you somewhere and maybe we can figure out the Zoom, because it seems like you, I don't know why, but you continue to have issues with that. So I'm not that tech savvy, but I use Zoom a lot. So either way, about the annexation, the gentleman, I believe his name was Trent Santee, he identified himself as a local builder, and I appreciate him wanting to keep builders locally, possibly employ Peasley Tech graduates. However, with that, I did lose count on the number of times that he referred to this project and the housing development. He referred to them as houses. I know we need more houses. Houses meaning singular, but we also need high density. We have a lot of concerns with, we all know it, with the number of houses. Here I go saying houses. The number of homes and places for people to live in this community. So I do support this. However, I'm just kindly asking you to slow the process and further digest this annexation. Thank you.
Patrick Ross.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, I just want to echo what Melinda Ball and Michael Allman both said. I think we should really dig into a lot of these zoning issues, which is really what it's coming down to. No one is opposed to growth in Lawrence. Everyone is for it. Everyone understands the property taxes. But the notion that Lawrence does not have any more room for density is ridiculous. I'm currently in Atlanta, Georgia, and they have far more density than we have. So just a simple example of what density can look like. But yeah, I think where we're at as a community is that we have an outside developer who's coming in and throwing around the prospects of all this money and development and ignoring everything that we want as a community as far as our negotiating power, as far as what we'd like to see in our growth. And I think that also comes down to the city and its inability to update sector plans. And even though this has been something that year after year keeps coming up, for whatever reason, our city does not update these plans, even though the Planning Commission has at multiple times stated that it needed to, at least in the South, and here again in the West, as Michael pointed out. So I think it would be a failure if we went ahead and approved arguably the largest annexation in a generation without updating the sector plan, which again is a community vision as opposed to a single developer and a comprehensive plan amendment. And just to share a beautiful quote I saw today at the Center for Civil and Human Rights, it says, quote, "Privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily." And because the Planning Commission did not actively negotiate on behalf of the community's well-being and essentially rubber stamp this plan forward to you now, it falls upon the commissioners of the dais to actually negotiate on behalf of the community. And I would say, for one, probably reject this offer to show that we mean business as a community and how we want to collectively plan the growth of our city. And two, for the newer commissioners, if you do feel so inclined to pass this, you have the ability to pass it conditionally on a master plan if it were to come back, which would then give you the data and knowledge as to what exactly would be built there. So that is something very much within the power that you have tonight. I would ask you to use that power and, to check someone who operates with a lot of privilege,
Patrick,
who is ignoring a lot of our community visions and goals. Thank you very much.
Bob Simonson.
Hi, this is Bob and Susan Simonson, 66049. And we would ask, Bob and I were talking about this, and we would both ask that you defer this decision. We think people have raised excellent points that are very concerning, and that we can do better than tonight's proposal. I would especially ask that you consider, I have no idea if it's possible, but if it's possible to move the current residential area that's up against the freeway away from the highway a little bit, so that people's health would be protected from the noise and the pollution. And also, we both agree that it would be a very good thing to have a lot more specificity in what would be included in this plan, and additionally to have higher density. And as one of the first speakers mentioned, let's make sure this doesn't look like South Iowa, like the sprawl of South Iowa. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Julie Jones.
Oh, jeez. Nope. Sorry, Julie. Next time. Keep looking. Anyone else, Sherry?
Thought I saw one more here. Let me check. Nope, that's it.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. Let's take a 10-minute break before we come back for questions and deliberations. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Okay, coming back from break and bringing it back to the commission for questions and discussions. I think I'll start with a few questions. Randy, I might start with you. There's been some suggestions that from some speakers about the different zoning categories. Can you talk about what options we have as it relates to the zoning applications in front of us today?
Yeah, regarding the rezonings under state law and city code, you can do three things. You can approve the applications as presented, you can disapprove the applications as presented, or you can send it back to the planning commission with specific directions for them to make certain findings, or if you need more evidence or something of that nature. But those are the three things that you can do with the application.
So if we wanted to say we approve, but we want the CC to be RM2, or we wanted to be mixed use to, excuse me.
It's either disapprove all up or all down.
So that's not an option?
That's not an option
Okay.
under state law or city code.
And again, we had this little discussion before, absent any incentive, so what's in front of us tonight,
Right.
is there ways we can condition to say, well, we'll approve the CC, but only if you put in X number of apartments or something?
Under state law, we cannot do that absent some type of benefit going to them tonight. So yes, we cannot do that currently.
Now later, if there is
Later, it may come down the road where that might be an option that would be available to us, absolutely, yes.
but not
right
an
now.
option tonight.
Not tonight.
And I guess my last question related to that is, can we consider an incentive application on land that's not annexed into the city?
No, we cannot at this point in time either.
Okay. So if we wanted to continue that process, we'd have to have the annexation first.
Correct.
Okay. Jeff, I have a question for you. There's been a couple questions about the sector plans and the sector plan that's been started. Can you talk a little bit about where we're at on that and where we have been and where we came from?
Sure. So the sector plan, we tried to start that kind of around 2021, beginning of 2022 with staff that we had to do it in-house as an update process at that point. There were about 3 large text amendments that came immediately after us on that one that took staff offline from doing that plan for a while. We also had a couple of different other larger applications that came in. The staff also had to dedicate their time to. So we haven't been able to put as much staffing effort into that as we would have liked to, but it is something that's on our list that we're trying to work through as we have the capacity and the time that allows for it.
Okay. And, that being said, obviously we have a plan that's in place now. Again, generally speaking, when you're talking about obviously one project coming in for a 5-acre parcel, that might often fall right within the plan. But when you're talking about acreage like this, can you talk about how large applications like this fit in with sector plans, which are often just big blocks that don't follow property lines, they don't follow other things, they're just big blobs? How do we evaluate an actual proposal on specific property versus a sector plan?
So sector plans are really, if you think about a comprehensive plan being a 50,000-foot look, a sector plan is about a 25,000-foot look. It is trying to be generalized a little bit more in an area with some of that context in there. And when a development proposal comes forward, it's even a lower level look because you're starting to have parcels that are involved, roads that may have changed, or rights of way that may need to evolve in there. So as you start going through those processes, we kind of start bringing it down a little bit more each time. So in the case of the item before you this evening, it is a little bit more of a specific look in the area that is in that development project at this point in time. So when staff does look at a comprehensive plan amendment in that respect, we're also looking at the area around it too. Understanding is if this is a change that goes through, how does it affect the areas that are not in this comprehensive plan amendment? Are there effects that we need to be mindful of? Or are there things that are in the plan that are specific to an area that we also need to make sure get tagged in? So it's not necessarily that we just review the area that is specific on the item. We're also reviewing the whole area plan to see how it works. We're reviewing Plan 2040 to see how it works in the context of the document overall. So it is a much broader view than just the specific development project that is proposed.
Okay. And then my last question, and maybe Ellie could answer this. I don't want to throw them all at you. Let Ellie have some fun. But let's talk, for example, about the R2 district, for example, and it's zoned R2, and let's assume there's no incentive request coming forward. Talk about the steps that would come from here to what would actually be built, talking about density and otherwise, and how the staff evaluates that and the steps in that process.
Happy to, and Ellie will probably correct me when I run astray since I didn't bring my laptop up here with me. If the property is rezoned to R2, that does give it a set of permissible rights immediately. It's kind of a by right permission at that point in time. And I'll go off top of my head. Typically, attached dwellings, duplexes, single-family dwellings are allowed by right in an R2 district. Those don't require a site plan under the land development code. So once the property is platted and goes through that process and has that kind of land record in place, it can then go directly to the Building Safety Division for a building permit at that point in time. In the case of a property like the CC, if it was in a commercial district or going through that, it would go through the platting exercise in the same way, which is usually a major subdivision, so preliminary and a final plat. Would go to the site planning process. That's an administrative process that we review, make sure it's got compliant with photometrics, downstream sanitary sewer analysis, it has the right fire flows for life safety issues. And once it goes to the site planning process, then it's eligible to continue on to the building permit process at that point in time. So it can vary depending if we're talking what zoning district, what uses are there. And there's also a third option that is available. If a use is a special use permit in the zoning district, then it would come before the Planning Commission and to the City Commission for review and approval. And those are discretionary approvals at this point in time. Typically, they're uses that have been found to have a little bit of a characteristic or an identity that may need a little bit of a further review or some conditions applied to it to make it work in certain circumstances. But it's really circumstances that are unique to the property in the context of the area.
2 follow-up questions. But obviously the platting is a big part of this because it talks about where there's going to be open space for open space reasons, sensitive lands. It talks about, talk a little bit about what's involved in the platting, talking about roads, sidewalks, open space.
Yeah, so platting really defines where, like you're talking about, the rights of way, the public streets, easements and utility corridors are going to start running through there, but then also how the parcels will lay out and the density that the parcels will lay out. Land Development Code has a minimum and maximum density for all of our residential zoning districts, and so it sets that based upon each district. And the R2, I believe, is 4 to 6 dwelling.
4 to 6 or 5,000 square foot minimum.
Yeah, so typically you run 4 to 6 dwelling units per acre, or the minimum 5,000. The R3 is usually 7 to 15. The R4 is 16 to 32. And so what we look in the planning process is that density being met as required in the Land Development Code? Are the utility corridors being laid out in a way that allows MSO to provide those services in an efficient and economical fashion? Are the road networks being laid out? And that really sets the parameters for where something may be developed in the future at that point in time. So once you start understanding some of that land work, you can then understand where your building envelope is and what potential building could come from that development next.
Well, that's where we get our sidewalks, where we get protect sensitive lands. That all become through the platting process.
Exactly, yes. You would have dedications of easements in there. So if you had a drainage easement or a sensitive land easement that may need to be put in there, that would come through those review processes. If we were talking about stream corridor protection processes in the new land development code, it would come in as part of that process. And that's all established with the land. So when a development comes forward, those easements are known and they can kind of start laying out the sites with that in mind.
And last question for me is, let's say we have that R2 land, we've platted it for some units, and so in theory that might allow a building permit to be pulled. But if someone wanted to go pull a building permit at the far western end of that in the Tier 3 area, could they do that, or would there be issues related to the pump station and all that they could be denied the right to build on that until that was done?
Correct, because there would be, and with planning comes public improvement plans to ensure that we can reach the infrastructure and the water towers, pump stations, those items that you would need to kind of have out there. So if we don't have that infrastructure in place, it may not be to a point where we have that in there. There are resolutions the City Commission has adopted over the years about who pays for what when it comes to a development project. So if somebody was willing to pay for a pump station or willing to do that, that may be a different concern or question that could be elevated. but on the surface, it's really working closely with municipal services and operations and understanding what is the capacity, what is the projects that are needed out there, and what is that reach of those capital improvements to make that possible.
Okay, thank you. Other folks have questions, comments, discussion?
Yeah, Randy, question for you. So you said that there's yes, no, send back to the Planning Commission. Can we just defer it for another night?
That is within your discretion to defer it. Now, I would recommend that you defer it to a date specific if that's required and have a rationale for it. But yes, that can be done. That's within your authority.
Well, I'll jump in and maybe start the conversation. And I guess I'm not sure this was referenced in email. I wanted to start with this only because it's somewhat an ex parte, but I think we also got emails on it. I've talked to some of the school board members, and I believe we got emails from them that they are also supportive of this annexation. Oops, because it's empty. Because it's in there, it's in the USD 497, and they look forward to having some more housing on that. When I look at a project like this and consider, kind of the process here, to me, we go from, sector plan to, comprehensive plan to sector plan to annexation to zoning, and then to the plating process, and then, of course, if there's any request for incentives, which, again, in this case, we know that there will be, that we have those possibilities, to have either even further refinement. And so when I look at, when I'm analyzing this question and this question of what kind of, one, do we need annexation? Is this a good project? I do believe we need to annex west. I do believe we need land to be built on. I do, too, want to be protective, as some of the speakers have said, about downtown and making sure it remains the core. I also live downtown. I work downtown. I do think we want to continue to have that as an urban core, which also is kind of an interesting dichotomy to those asking us to put mixed use out there. I mean, I've had a few people say, well, why don't you make it like Lenexa Town Center, where you have, housing and retail and that would bring in a lot of property taxes, and it'd be like a second downtown. We could create a whole second downtown out there, and that'd be a good mixed-use project. I actually would not be as supportive of that because as I would as a project like this that allows some commercial and mixed use and really focuses on housing, because that's my belief of that. So anyway, I'm a fan of that. I do think this is the first step in the process, and it's a very long process. We've annexed a couple pieces of property since I've been on the commission, and so far we haven't built on any of them. I don't think anything we've annexed, because you have to go from here to improvement plans, and then you have to build the roads, and then you have to build the sanitary sewers, and then you have to build the roads. And it's, if you approve an annexation today, you're building houses 2, 3, 4 years from now. To say to defer it and push it back, and this is the very beginning of the process. I'm going to support this. I think there's a long way to go in the process before we ever get to the point of saying we're done with this and we're building on it. And so, again, I'm going to support this as the beginning of a process, knowing that we have lots of options between now and the end of the process to continue to tweak it, to continue to work on. Several folks talked about negotiating, and trying to get something better. I'm certainly interested in those discussions. But I would say the housing study we saw showed we need houses in all categories. It doesn't say we're overbuilt in all one or all two. It said we need them in all categories. So in and of themselves, I don't say we never need to build another single-family house on a lot. That being said, under our new code, many of those could be duplexes or triplexes or townhomes, even in duplexes in the R2 district. And so we have lots of variations we can do in that, or a house with an ADU, lots of options there that can provide density even within those R2 districts. And of course, we have higher density projects in here. So finally, I'd say on the CC district, we created those districts, and we intentionally, under the new code, allowed for, having some ability to put residential in districts like that. That used to be, completely not allowed under the code. I mean, under the zoning district, you couldn't put any housing in that, and we changed that. And so, I think we have a long way to go about what actually will be built in those areas, and especially if there's a request for incentives, we have even more ability to talk about what the final product looks like, and I really suspect we'll be at that point. So I'm going to support this project. I think we need to move this forward, and again, knowing that it's not the end of the conversation, but the beginning of the conversation.
I do have some questions. Obviously, we are passing all of this with the assumption, with the intent, really, I think, to help this development be successful, right? Do everything that we can. Okay, so I'm concerned. My concerns are a few things. We're being asked to make significant decisions tonight. And there's some information that I really wish we could explore. And the last time we updated our market analysis on commercial acreage, I think, was 2018. This was added in there, but we haven't really had much of a discussion. The sticking point I have is obviously once we approve right here, what the zoning is going to look like, et cetera, once we move forward, again, unless we know that incentives are coming in here, but are we treating the developer fair without at least discussing that can they do this project without the incentives? We're talking star bonds. I have always struggled with, some of our processes. Are we being fair to the developer? Are we going to are we sending a message right now if we approve all of this, but then we don't, can the developer come back and say, okay, now I'm asking for incentives, and we don't give them, again, it's just a star bond, or they're not eligible for the star bond, whatever it may be. Randy, I'll ask you, is there anything that we are obligated to? I think we're sending a message tonight that we are in favor of this project. So then, yes, we're doing everything for you, but we're not asking the question, can this development be supported without star bonds, right? So is there any obligation in any way?
There's no obligation on the city. I mean, you're approving these applications. If they go bankrupt tomorrow and it's already annexed and it's already rezoned, it's just going to stay annexed and rezoned. There is a de-annexation process if that was the steps down the road, but that's what would happen. We don't look into that at this stage. Incentives, if they ask for incentives at some point in time, then we look, at the bottom line, whether or not they can do what it is they're going to do and whether or not our money's going to, return what we hope it would return on that investment. But at this point in time, you're looking at a change of the comprehensive plan. you're looking at annexation, and then you're looking at rezonings of those properties into city zones, and that's what we're looking at tonight.
It's been mentioned by many, they're concerned that it's been mentioned in here. Are we increasing our commercial available property? Because once we approve this, right, it all goes to administrative review.
And that is a concern, and that is something within your purview to look at that and determine whether or not you have enough information, or whether you do have enough information or not enough information to make those decisions, but those are appropriate for the decision that you're making tonight.
So may I ask staff, what basis would you have to, so this kicks it to the administrative authority at that point, barring the 3 issues we had talked about? What reasoning, what sits at the administrative level? I guess Mr. Crick, of course he's still got to be here. We have discussed how granular do we want the governing body to get into what types of specific development goes in. So really right now, what we're approving, if we don't believe that the zoning is what it needs to be, we better do it now, right? But once it kicks to the administrative review, can you tell me that process? Is staff doing, like, we set the zoning, is staff doing nothing more but like essentially checking the boxes of compliance if you get an application to develop property? Because at that point, we're not really going to be able to do anything about it.
Typically, yes. You're talking about building permits and site plans. Those are a ministerial function. If it meets the code requirements that are set out in the land development code, building codes, then it essentially meets those requirements at that point. So we're looking at it from, there's about 500 pages in land development code, so there's a lot of standards that we work through, but it is essentially a ministerial function.
Commissioners, can I add just a comment, and maybe that gives a little bit of relief on that. The applicant has to come back if he's asking for incentives, and they have to come back, so it's not administrative. It becomes the decision of the commission to approve whatever development that happens in there. So although it's administrative in nature, the minute there's incentives involved, then it would be coming back to the commission.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
And so, question about that. So say the commission denies incentives. Can they go forward with what they had previously?
Repeat that again, please.
So, let's say, they said, hey, we need $1 billion to do this or whatever. And we say, no, we're not going to do that. Could they just carry forth with the zoning that they got previously?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
On their own, yes. Then it becomes administrative.
Then it becomes administrative.
That's correct.
And this is all hypothetical,
Yeah.
right?
So like
I would point out
Mercado,
there is an appeal process. They have to follow, if it's ministerial, which has come up for you. Sometimes the city commission sits in the ministerial function. If a ministerial function that you're considering meets all the code requirements, it has to be approved. There's no discretion. If it does not meet it, it has to be denied. There's no discretion. But there is, once that decision is made by the planning director, there is an appeal process where it can be appealed to you, whether it's a site plan or other type of ministerial. So to extend these, the final decision that there's no appeal, but if there's an appeal, then the city commission is the final opinion here. And if somebody wanted to appeal that to district court, which we just did over the last, I was in a case, over 3 years, it goes to district court and may go to the Court of Appeals like that case did. So that's how it goes. It would be somebody who's aggrieved by the decision. It would be a neighbor, somebody else. It could be the applicant themselves.
you'd asked the question earlier about vacant land. Mercado, well, Costco's going in. Mercado was 15 years ago was zoned CC 600.
Maybe trending towards 20.
20 years ago. So we have a whole bunch of commercial land that was rezoned, was annexed in, at one point was zoned, and it's been sitting there for 20 years. And there's a whole bunch of other land out there. It wasn't it was platted into a couple big lots. When they wanted to come forward to build something else, they had to change the plat. They went through that ministerial process. So, I mean, I guess to your question, are you concerned that it's a bad thing to have commercial land just sitting out there?
No,
As
I mean, I look at this and I say, we've spent millions of dollars putting stuff under K-10 to be able to get to the other side of it. I totally agree with that. My question is, if we're trying to look to be able to build more homes, should we do low-density R2 where we could have 300 homes, or could we do something that's denser that would be 1,000? Especially since, to your point, that's taken 20 years, is there any reason to treat this like a 10-acre plot on a normal Tuesday when we could defer it and have more in-depth discussions about it?
So you're going to prescribe the use of the land that you don't own to a third party without any incentives whatsoever? You're going to make somebody do something with land that you don't own? I would like to know how you do that.
Well, we could go send it back to the Planning Commission
For what?
to dense it up,
For what? For what purpose?
to make more homes available.
I mean, how can you assure that's going to happen? If you don't own the land, how can you assure, just by zoning something denser, that that's actually going to hurt? Because you can actually do less dense activities on something that's more zoned more intensely. You can actually, there's a whole code of uses, and just because you do it you could actually build it to a lower density if you chose later, just by changing the zoning.
Yeah, but I mean, Kansas City's doing this right now.
Another commissioner.
Yeah, Kansas City's doing this right now, where they have that main street down there. They're saying, hey, this is the district, this is what it looks like, this is what we want to go in there. So rather than just waiting for a pitch to come across the plate, they're saying, hey, I want a fastball, I want a curveball, I want a knuckleball.
That's also Missouri.
Again, excuse me, I just want to point out, with regard to the annexation, you can approve or disapprove.
Right.
Yes.
With regard to the comprehensive plan amendment, you can approve or disapprove. And with regard to the rezonings, you can approve, disapprove, or if there's something that's lacking or something that you need further to make your decision, you can send it back to the Planning Commission. But that doesn't send it back to the Planning Commission to change the application. The application is going to be what it is, and they will come back with another recommendation either for or against, and then you'll have to make the decision on this application. The only person that's going to be able to change the application is the applicant themselves, and if they don't want to do that, then we don't have the power to do that. I mean, if we start going in and rezoning properties, which we do have the power, someone pointed out, but then we get to the situation where if we are doing that, it may result in a taking, and we may be liable for money to the property owner. So we have not really done that as a practice, not since I've been here anyway.
I mean, so if you don't, I mean, if you don't think we should have R2 zoning west of K10, then I think the option is to vote against it and just say, I'm not going to approve R2 zoning west of K10. You know, that doesn't mean you might vote for the high density. You might vote for, you know, some of them, you might vote against some of them. You know, but I think that's the option at this stage is to either vote for it or vote against it. You know, I'd also say that, again, the other possibilities, you know, going forward to have that discussion. That being said, I believe, first of all, this is 288 acres of a lot larger area that one day we will consider. And, I mean, maybe your position is we should never build an R2 zone again west of K10. You know, if that's the case, that's the case. If you think, you know, we might have R2 somewhere on the west, you know, that side, you know, you can say, well, we're going to build it here. Let's build some homes, see how they go. And then, you know, we have other opportunities to have more density in other locations. So, I mean, I think those are your options. This is, I mean, we can't, sending it back doesn't really start that negotiation. It just, it ends it. And then whether or not they come back with something else, you know, would be would be up to them, is if they wanted to come back again. But I don't think you defer it or send it back to the planning commission to have that discussion, right? Because deferring it, they can't come back to you and say, we deferred it for a week, now I want that R2 to be R3. No, nope, they have to submit a new application, go to the planning commission, have a rezoning, come to us again. So you can't defer it and negotiate with them. You can't send it back to the planning commission to negotiate with them. You have to say either, I don't think this is appropriate, I'm going to vote against it. Maybe they'll come back, maybe they won't. I mean, maybe they'll proceed without that, you know. Or you can approve it and then obviously see where it goes from there. I mean, I think that's your option in the process.
So Vice Mayor, I want to offer something for discussion that is germane to this, but not necessarily, it has to come at another time. I think from what I'm hearing in some of your concerns and questions is maybe some sticking with procedural administrative pieces as it relates to policy pieces. And so I kind of hear you framing it in administrative when it possibly could be addressed in policy. And so, like, for example, you know, preliminary plat development, we get that in the process. It comes in the process. It doesn't come before annexation, it doesn't come before rezoning, but it comes in the process as the mayor laid out. So then my question to you is are you concerned with where that comes up in the process and you want it sooner rather than later, or am I not hearing you correctly?
Yeah, my question about the deferring, you know, is around, we've heard just kind of like wishy-washy answers about like, how much money is the taxpayer going to have to spend to be able to build this? I think that's a fair question. Like, if we're doing this westward expansion, you know, it was said if it's not in the CIP, then the developer gets it. But we have at least 50 million in the CIP. So like,
Regardless of this annexation.
Regardless of this
So
annexation.
I don't want you to keep, I mean, I know you keep bringing that up, but that's not necessarily germane to this conversation. That existed way before any annexation requests. So it becomes part of the timeline depending on what we do, but it's not directly relational to this. So I think a couple of things I hear. There's an idea of you feel more comfortable you would feel more comfortable voting on this if there was an opportunity to have a little bit more of a conceptual idea of what's going to happen with this.
I think that's fair, yeah.
So, yeah, but recognizing that there are other variables that are not presented at the time that could impact whether that use will be specific for that. That cannot be, that we can't acknowledge or determine that. So, and that state statute prevents us from doing that. I know you brought up Kansas City. Kansas City's Missouri. It's not Kansas, so
That's fair.
they don't have the same. They can do a little bit, and they got a $50 million war chest. So I get it. What I feel like I'm hearing from you is if a developer is coming to me with annexing land, I want to know, as I'm making this decision, what is it going to look like and what do you want from us as it relates to incentives? And I think a lot of that can't be predicted at the time of the annexation or rezoning or zoning requests, because there are other things there are other indirect variables that still need to be fleshed out. And so that's why I said, you know, we do require that PDP, that preliminary plat design, in the process, but are you saying from a policy standpoint that should be required a little bit earlier in the process because you feel like you want to know what the developer is conceptualizing for this? I mean, I think where it's at now, I think it's okay. Because again, things can be de-annexed. They can come back in and rezone to rezone. I mean, there's so many other things that could happen. So I don't know if it necessarily that would necessarily solve, the policy itch or, concern that you have. So I just wanted to make sure I touch that with you, because I want to better understand, like, where's the consternation with?
Yeah, I
where
mean,
is
like,
that coming
you know,
from?
how you brought up mixed use stuff, how you'd want, this could be something that you could see as more mixed use inside this area. To Commissioner Polling's point, if we go forward with the zoning as is, it is what it is. Like, we won't have another opportunity to do this. And, and I've heard multiple times,
Well, we will, because it's still the design, preliminary plat design has to come back to us.
That wasn't my understanding.
that wasn't my understanding either.
The only way that it would come back to us would be if there's a special use permit, another application for rezoning, or, what's the other one?
Incentives.
Huh?
Incentives.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm a little tired.
Apart from anything to do with the incentives, the preliminary plat goes to the planning commission. It doesn't come to city
Does it come to
commission.
us if there's a difference?
It does come to the city commission for acceptance of dedication of rights of way and easements, but that's just,
Ministerial.
you just accept those.
Right.
and
That's
it.
not really defining, yeah.
Right.
That's my only concern generally.
So what do
But
you propose as a remedy for that? Which I don't want us to get hung up on that, because that's not part of it.
Yeah,
It's germane, but it's.
You have to understand that this is like the first step, so that they can put together the plan. The reason we don't have the plans put together ahead of time is because that costs a lot of money. And if they do that and say, no, we don't even want to go in that direction, they have spent a lot of money, and we're not there. This allows them to go forward and know that they can put together plans, and that staff then will review those to make sure that they comply with the city code. We have to remember that this is not our property, that is their property, and as long as they comply with the city code and state law, they can do what they can do.
I think it's a
I
very
think we
common.
beat it to death.
I was going to jump in real quick, just say, there are aspects of this that I do appreciate, and there's parts of it that I don't. Well, I understand and acknowledge the value of the urban core, but I do also want to look at this from the perspective of, I know folks are concerned about, this taking away from a downtown. So I don't see it taking away from a downtown. I think it creates another opportunity district, and we have the ability to do that. And I think there's some opportunities for us to do both of these, where we can do an annexation while also creating a program that can truly incentivize infill development. I think people have to understand that there are aspects of downtown that are wonderful, but there are also individuals in our community that don't see themselves in downtown, and they don't participate in things downtown because it doesn't speak to the culture and vibe of them. Unmistakable Lawrence is not a identity. It is an amalgamation of different cultures and vibes that make up this community. And sometimes that's not represented downtown, and it doesn't necessarily have to always be represented downtown. So I think that's something for us to think about. Yes, the housing study does say we need housing of all categories. A great way to do that is with mixed use. I mean, there's so many, additional opportunities. We talk about, single family doesn't always look like a stick detached, and there's other things. But we really need to be able to, teach and understand and expand our horizons that, yes, commercial is commercial and housing is housing. Why are we not building towards that mixed use? That's the same. If we're saying that's what downtown is, and we know that that is something that we appreciate, it shouldn't just be downtown. Why not build that out in in other aspects of our city? Because this hyper concentration of downtown is not going to. I think it's selling something that people don't necessarily want. And if we are truly about being an unmistakable identity, then let's create spaces where folks can see that and they can see themselves represented in that. And they may not always see that downtown, and this may be an opportunity for individuals to see that. So I think sharing that we need housing of all type, there's no better way to do that than with mixed use. So, yeah.
I guess I would just add, my 6 years on the planning commission and my 7 years now on the city commission, almost every zoning decision, when all you're doing is, it's not planned unit development, you're zoning it and you don't know what exactly is going to be there. And that's one of the things that makes density so hard, right? I want to change this from an all-1 to an all-3, and the neighbors come in and say, well, I want to know how tall is the retaining wall going to be? Where's the water going to go? Where's the, is it going to have a peaked roof or a flat roof? All that stuff comes after the zoning. And when you get to a bigger piece of property, and you say, well, where is it going to sit on the lot? How are you going to access it? All those things come after the zoning. It is absolutely the case that, typically speaking, people want to know exactly what's going to be built before they approve the zoning. And that's exactly how it doesn't work, because if you don't have the zoning, you can't spend the money to decide what it's going to look like. You have to have the zoning, so you have some right to spend the money to get to that point. And so, yes, it's a struggle that I hear all the time from the public. It's the struggle I have myself. I think it's a struggle commissioners have dealt with for years, that you're giving someone the right to do something and you don't have absolute control over what it's going to look like or where the trash can's going to be. That's all administrative under our rules. Now, we did pass a new development code that made more things administrative, so we could make building easier so that everything didn't have to come to us, everything didn't have to wait to city commission. We made it more ministerial so we could get more building done. We could make housing cheaper. I mean, every time we make people come back to us to, decide if the driveway should be here or there, or I remember when I was on the planning commission, we used to have the power to decide where trash cans went. And we would spend hours talking about if the trash can should be over here or the trash can should be over here. And we had, and of course that's now all ministerial under the code. And so I understand the question, I understand the concern, but to me, this is the very first step in a long process. And even, like you said, we talk about projects like Mercado, or we talk, people have mentioned the 1059 project. It's, there's been 3 or 4 rezonings of the same thing. Just because something gets zoned something once, they go in, they try to build something, they say, oh, no, that doesn't quite work. I want to do this now, okay? Then they come in and rezone a different part of it and say, well, I do want to put an apartment complex there, or I want to do mixed use there. I want to rezoning. Now, at that point, they're asking you to make a change. And obviously, if they do an incentives, that's something else. So, I mean, again, I think it's perfectly valid to say, I don't think we should have R2 zoning west of K10, so I'm going to vote against it. I think it's valid to say I don't think we should have commercial zoning west of K10. I'm going to vote against it. But I think if what you want is to be able to discuss and see exactly what's there and exactly how it's going to lay out, and hope that the end product is some combination of density and duplexes and things like that. We still have the chance to influence that, and I think the developer still has a chance to bring those forward. But if we deny them tonight, that stops the process, doesn't give us that chance.
One more question for you. Thinking about the planning commission thing you said, when we need this much infrastructure to support it, could we be setting ourselves up where it's like, hey, maybe it's double? We don't know it's going to be double until after it's built. So let's say, it's like 50 million, like in the CIP or something like that, or, it was in the paper saying it goes up to like 85 or something like that. Are we getting ourselves into a scenario where it could be much higher in the future without...
Not by this vote, we're not, right? Because there's no obligation here. This is a consent annexation, so they have no right, to services. And if they're going to develop, they're going to have to, put in money to put in roads and things like that. If they want us, to build something, they're going to have to come to us, we're going to have to fund it. If they come to us with some proposal where we use some incentive to help make that happen, then that's part of the discussion. But in and of itself, this vote does not obligate us or that to anything.
Do we have to provide services for people who live there? If we annex it and they require, and they want it?
In a consent annexation, we do not have to.
Correct. That's correct. This doesn't obligate us to do anything. Now, in the future, if this becomes a huge development, obviously the city's going to need to perhaps, the school district's going to have to put a school in. There's going to have to perhaps be fire district house number 6, a water tower. Some of those things will go in, but I believe they're in the CIP for a reason. For that reason, because we believe that they're going to grow out that way, and it will help the community as a whole. So that's the reason those things are in the CIP, but we're not obligated to spend anything on this annexation or anything related to this project whatsoever.
I know how I'm going to vote. I'm not going to waste any more time.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Overarching, I am a huge proponent of growth. We need it. I want intentional growth. We are tonight just deciding really basic stuff. They're going to be back, we know. But I want to be on the record that there are some components of the incentive application that I don't know that I'm in favor of. So, I hate it. I mean, I don't love it. I wish there was more, but I get it. And I want growth to be as successful as possible, but we have to control it at the next step significantly. So I will, for sake of supporting growth and development, explore it beyond here. But I have some serious questions about funding, service plans, et cetera.
Commissioner Sells, thanks. That was really kind what you did to try to help me understand from that point of view. I appreciate it.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Commissioner Devil?
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Well, then, anyone want to make some motions? There's a few of them.
Move that we approve the comprehensive plan amendment AMDT 26-002 based on the findings presented by a staff report and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10225.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Oh, no. Because I feel like y'all gonna make me do all of these. I move that we approve the request to annex A-26003, which is approximately 288 acres located at the southwest corner, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10226.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0.
Move to approve the request to rezone Z-26-0026, which is approximately 70.1 acres from AG1 to R2, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10227.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2.
Move that we approve the request to rezone Z-26-0027, which is approximately 51.1 acres from AG1 to P2 open space, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10228.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Yep.
Nay.
Yep.
Passes 4-1.
Move to approve the request to rezone Z-26-0028, which is approximately 16.9 acres from AG2 to R3 residential medium density, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10229.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye, sorry.
Okay, you
I was
thank you
trying to get ready for the next one. So.
Passes 5-0.
You want me to take it?
I'm in the zone, so let me just go. And I'll let you know
No
second.
cherry picking.
Right. Move to approve the request to rezone Z-26-0029, which is approximately 23.5 acres, from AG1 and AG2 to R4 residential high density, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10230.
Second?
Do the motion.
Second, okay. Motion by Commissioner Sulla, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Opposed.
Opposed? Opposed, so it passes 4-1.
And lastly, approve the request to rezone Z-26-0030, approximately 126.7 acres, from AG1, AG2 district to CC Commercial Center District, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10231.
And I second.
Motion by Commissioner Sulla, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed. And you guys, I'm so sorry. I incorrectly opposed the one before, and I wanted to support it. I apologize. I was reading something from above. I want the 23.5, fine with the 23.5 acres. I opposed the commercial.
Okay, so
Right?
What
It still passed. I wouldn't have made it, it
Right,
wouldn't have
it's still
affected.
passed. You could, whoever made the second could withdraw the second, then the person who made the motion could, and then you could vote again if you
Okay.
voted incorrectly.
If you guys want.
yeah, let's do that.
If you want to do that, it
Let's make it
passed.
quick.
It
Vice Mayor, do you
passed.
withdraw your second?
Yes, I withdraw my second.
Okay. And
Sorry, guys.
Then withdraw the motion and then do the motion again.
And-
I
Revote.
withdraw the motion, and I move to approve the request to rezone Z-26-0029, AG 12 to R4, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10230.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Sulla, second by Commissioner Devo on the all-4 district. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Then that last one passed on 3-2,
Yes.
right? Passed, the CC district passed on 3-2 vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here, appreciate it, and lots more to come on this. We'll let a few folks clear out, and then we'll start on the budget. Okay. Who gets to kick this off? Ally, is that you?
Drew the lucky card here.
Or Majid? Or who's-
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We are here tonight to discuss the budget. We are scheduled to have our public hearings on September 1st and then adoption on September 15th prior to the state deadline of October 1. We do not have a formal presentation this evening. It's really an opportunity for discussion by the commission, so we're happy to answer any questions or bring back any information that would be helpful to you as we, again, look to adopt the budget on September 15th.
So
Questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question, because I should have did this when we approved the agenda. This memo references the vice mayor's PowerPoint, but then we have that under commission items. So how are we handling that?
No, I think that's just, it's there on the commission items, but certainly we can talk about it
Okay.
as part of this, because it's part of the discussion. So
Okay.
we'll just, we can definitely talk about that as part of that. I have a question, two questions, I guess. First, and I asked this earlier, but I guess I want to be sure. Do we think we intend to have information related to the healthcare fund and the amount we need to fund it prior to making our final budget decision?
It is my hope to do so. We're working with HR. We had hoped to have some additional information tonight in regards to the contributions by employees and employers. That's where I'm seeing opportunity to potentially decrease the employer's contribution if the employees were to increase. We just haven't gotten to that point yet, but hopefully here over the next couple weeks we can.
Yeah, so again, the hope would be to have that
Yes.
number.
Yes.
Then I have a question for fire. And Chief, I'm not sure you're here when I was congratulating Lindsay and you, so congratulations. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you.
Mayor, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. We've had some discussions in the past about, as I understand it, we have an amount of money we think will fund, the firefighters we need, the 15 firefighters and the support staff, but that we're going to have 2 classes. And so I think there'll be some savings by having only some of those people hired half the year. Second part of that question is we had some discussion about, once we had that first class in, about using that class not only to operate Fire Truck 6 when we can, but also use it to reduce overtime, maybe creating some savings there. Do you think we'll, before we make a final decision, have some number to work with there on what those savings could be, or am I off base?
Mayor, we did talk about this today, so I brought Chief of Staff Mackenzie Ezel up to talk about that with me. But just a brief overview of that. Yes, there is going to be savings, and that was one of the strategies that we did in the year 2024 going into 2025 with the utilization of taking Engine 5 out of service without paying overtime for that to save on cost savings for overtime. And so we've got numbers to show the strategy worked as far as saving of money. There are some major values as far as like if we do hire 2 in the class in 2027, and I'll just break it down a little bit here for you. So if we were to hire one, like our plan was to hire start in the first quarter of 27, with the whatever that number lands on, we will be able to use those members to help cover costs of overtime for staffing. That's for sure is going to save. I don't have an exact number for you, but I can tell you it's going to save. With that class, with an additional, if we had enough to staff Engine 6, we could staff that, just not on a permanent basis. At that time, we could use those members to go utilize to help the cadre that we have teach the next academy, would do another cost savings for us again. And so you're looking at 2 opportunities to do the cost savings. One for when we get the class on, and after that to cover the overtime, help assist with overtime. And when we had extra staffing, we could staff Engine 6. Then we're looking at the next class that we could use to help staff, because we would need people to help teach that academy to help cover that cost of overtime, and still staff Engine 6 as it comes available. It's just one of those things where we got to look and see. We're adding it's not like we're adding an additional fire truck. We're getting back to the standard of where we were before.
Yes.
And so we know there's a need, and so I don't need to tell you why there's a need for that, but I do know that we have that the goal is to staff Engine 6.
Yeah, I guess, when you're asking the question, obviously people up here are trying to find ways not to raise the mill levy as much. And having some number to work with there, again, I know it's going to be an estimate, I know it's going to be a guess. I know you want to be conservative with that number, so not to miss the budget. But I think having, by our next discussion on this, having some number to work with, I think would be helpful. That's my same question with the health care fund. If we weren't putting $7 million extra into the health fund, we wouldn't be having lots of these discussions. If that number could be $6 million, not $7 million, that makes a difference on the mill levy. And so, if that's 1.1 million, or if it's 900,000, or whatever the number is, something to work with when we're making the final decision. Those are the 2 big numbers I'd be interested in coming back.
Yeah, we can work on that, and I know LDCFM has already done some of that preliminary. I guess my caution, specifically as it relates to overtime, is that savings will not be achieved in the long term once the engine is permanently into the system. So you're talking about a 1 or 2 year
Yes.
savings.
And
Understood.
with that, I think when we brought those numbers back a few weeks ago, if we increase, and we do that first class in 2027, we're assuming about a 20 to 30% overtime savings from what we're currently experiencing. And that is, if the prioritization is decrease overtime, then when we mentioned it previously that Engine 6 would periodically be in service, that would not be the case. It would be for overtime. On the flip side, your question is very focused on the financial aspect. Do want to highlight that that is a gap and an opportunity for us. The major gap the department sees is that performance issue and that demand issue. One thing that we had talked about earlier in preparation for providing you all some more information the first week of September is we've had a fire engine, we've had status 0 for a fire truck in the city of Lawrence 29 times so far this year. So where we have had all the apparatus out of the stations on calls, a call comes in and we are not able to respond. So 29 times so far in 2026, where we've been down to one fire truck in the system has been around 100 times. So it is a policy question in the sense of if we do one class or two classes, is the priority overtime or is it the response performance, health and safety, burnout?
Appreciate that. That's a important point we need to consider. Thank you. Those are the two questions I have for staff. I have some questions for our folks, but we can do that.
I had questions based on the presentation, so didn't know if we wanted to just transition into that.
I mean, I have,
Questions for,
Just based off from the presentation, that impacts the budget, yeah.
can I actually tee up that presentation?
I think let's make sure we have any questions for staff. And then we can, I think that's part of our discussion. So then I think we open it to public comment, and then we have discussion amongst ourselves, and that's a presentation basically to us, so.
Okay, makes total sense.
Okay, so let me look through these to figure out what staff questions.
And of course, you can always ask staff questions
Yeah,
at,
I'll just
public
wait and do
comment.
that then, since it's a little bit
Okay.
of question discussion. Okay.
And I guess, before I open this to public comment, Ally, tell us what exactly you're hoping to gain tonight from us, so we deliver what you need before next meeting.
Yes, I think we have not necessarily heard consensus from the commission, so largely you are going to see the city manager's proposed budget unless we have additional information that we are able to change on our own, but it'll largely be similar to what has been previously presented unless we hear different direction this evening.
That's great. Okay, thank you. That's what I was hoping.
I think Ali is being eloquent. One of the things that I've asked for is that we cannot be discussing a lot of items in September, so we wanted some resolution or some discussions ahead of that, so we can at least answer the questions. Case in point, Mayor, the two questions you've asked for fire as well as for the health benefits. We need to get those answers for you, but we want to also make sure that we have all the answers in time for the budget to hopefully be adopted, before October 1st.
Yes. Thank you. And my plan would be, after we hear from public comment, we have your presentation, we ask some questions, to go through some of these and see if we can, pick an example. Are we going to do a 2.5% COLA or not?
Yeah.
Do we have consensus? Is it a 2%? Is it a 0%? Do we have some consensus so that we can bring something back?
Right.
Again, there might be some changes, but let's try to narrow it down so we don't have the whole universe to talk about. Okay, well, let's open it up for public comment. If anyone has public comment on this generic item of the city manager's report, come on up. Okay. Seeing none, how about online? They're saving it. They're all saving it for next 2 weeks, next time. Okay, let's tee up. Vice Mayor, why don't you talk through your
Yeah, I'm 0 for
proposal?
1. Let's see if I'm 0 for 2.
And I'm sorry, it is attached to your most recent one under commission items. I
Yeah.
wasn't, somehow I missed that these two were going at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. I mean, I wrote kind of a thing talking about it before we actually get into the presentation.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I want to thank you to the commission to talk about my proposal. So, one thing about this is I really haven't come here to waste anyone's time. I could have put things in this presentation that I didn't think would pass, but I didn't think that would actually get us anywhere. So, what I presented here is an actual proposal that I believe will work because it actually uses the best skills and attributes that I've learned about all of you during my time on the commission. Mayor, this proposal does not in any way hinder the execution phase that you laid out back in December. And also, you love my PowerPoint, so that's a bonus too.
Always a bonus.
Commissioner Dever, I placed the exact numbers from staff and from the Balancing Act to make sure that this proposal has accurate and precise data. Commissioner Sellers, I framed this proposal around how we can adjust policy to achieve different outcomes. Commissioner Polian, I've dug into the numbers and proposed ideas on some outcomes that I believe can lead to strategic investments. And then for me, I really just do believe that we need to try to make the town more affordable, and one way to do that is to be able to get as close to mill as possible. But a budget's also a values document, one that tells the story of a business, an organization, or in this case, a city. So let me tell you the story of this budget and this proposal. In 2027, we're taking the first steps in increasing the health and safety of our community by funding Fire Station 6. For a long time, the community has known that 20 to 30% of our citizens are not in the 4-minute window, which without help can lead to brain damage. This community investment cuts that number almost in half and gets us down to 10 to 20%. This will add 15 more firefighters and paramedics to the department's ranks. We'll be able to bring future Fire Truck 6 out of retirement and place it back into circulation even before that station is opened up. For our staff, this proposal provides a general wage adjustment and expands access to city's parks and recreation resources. Also, this proposal provides strategic investments to achieve long-term goals in the community for our citizens. First, it'll support the library as it aligns with its new vision plan. To support, this will be a support of a new economic development person who will be able to focus on sponsorships across the entire organization. This person will get plugged into Susie's team and benefit from the new and existing business growth that we are seeing in the community. We can add a code compliance employee, one that aligns with the goal of adding 3 in the next 10 years as part of our recent housing study. On the Parks and Rec side, this provides more options for kids, adults, and families to stay and recreate in the community. First, this keeps the community building open in 2027, similar to 2026. We'll add 18-year-olds to the list of youth who can access the rec centers. No child in high school should have to pay for rec center access anywhere in the city. We'll expand the number of fitness, gymnastics, dance, martial arts, and kids camps by 20%. The adult sports leagues will also jump to over 250 camps, clinics, leagues, again, another 20% jump. We'll add a 6th day to the Nature Center with new exhibits, camps, and field trip options. All of these are in response to the ask that we have heard that there needs to be more kid and family options within the community, especially on weekends. To our seniors, this proposal adds 2 free 1-hour classes over at the Aquatic Center every week. For our wounded warriors, this proposal allows all disabled veterans, no matter the branch of service, access to the rec centers by providing them a qualified access membership. They've given enough for us and their country. And all of this can be done with this modest proposal. This proposal has targeted reductions in strategic investments, equaling 3.1% of the overall budget. The items laid up in this proposal will not only get us to a flat mill, but will get us below the flat mill, a surplus that we can put into savings. And this has a real-world effect for the people we represent. Just recently, it was noted on NBC that people now are spending $56 more per month on gas. If you have a $200,000 home with this proposal, you'll save $46. $300,000, you'll save $69, and $400,000, you'll save $92. This comes at a critical time for many in our community because on average, people are just paying more for gas and groceries. The Washington Post this week, they said people making $50,000 to $100,000, which is within the median average in Lawrence. Over 70% of people find that the cost of groceries are now unaffordable. This proposal meets growth goals with a modest reduction and acknowledges the hardships that many in our community are facing while providing new services and experiences to the families who live here. I look forward for any questions about the proposal. All the detailed numbers about the proposal are in the notes. I was as conservative as possible, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, you had a couple. I had just one question to start with. Under the budget proposal, and I'm looking on page 2, it says flat mill levy plus library plus .593.
Yeah, so what I was trying to do from the beginning, I was trying to say, hey, could we get to at least 1 mil total?
Okay.
But then after going through this, I found we could actually remove everything.
That's what I thought.
And absorb the library as well.
Okay,
Yep.
that's how I understood
Wait,
that,
go
but
back and say that again.
that threw me off.
Okay, sorry, yeah, so my goal when I first started this whole thing, and I put like 40 hours into this, I wanted to try to get the flat mill plus 1, which would include the library and this a little bit of
.593.
0.93. And so that was the goal from the beginning, but after going through this whole thing, we can absorb the library as well.
Okay. That threw me off, and I read that, and then I read the rest. I was throwing.
Okay, so when you
have some
say,
questions.
okay, so when you say full library funding, you're meaning their proposed mill increase?
Correct, yeah, and so the numbers for the flat mill plus,
So not exceeding revenue neutral, plus the proposed mill increase for the library, plus a flat debt services.
it's 3.9 million.
It's I don't see 3.9 on here.
Oh, so that, if you go to slide 28, after I go through each one of these. And I broke it down into 2 paths, so how do we get to that, 1 mil? So path 1 was using a general wage.
Right, but I'm saying your flat mill, you're saying flat mill including library, so you're saying a flat mill for the city
Yep.
plus debt services, and then the proposed mill increase for the library.
Yeah, so 3.9 is the total number of what the city manager's budget proposal is.
Okay. So, all right.
Okay, so flat mill, including library, means the same mill that we had last year plus an increase only for the library. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, no increase, so we're
No
absorbing.
increase for the library either?
So no increases, just for the library.
Correct, so we're still going to do that, but we're going to absorb that with these cuts.
Oh, okay.
If you take all of his cuts, you
Right.
actually,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
yeah,
So, okay.
you
well, I'm-
reduce our mill by .407.
Right.
And if you accept everything on here, that's the number you went for.
Yep.
Got it.
But does that account for that, you're saying you're reducing the mill, but a portion of that mill goes into fund balance. So is that number accounting for that?
Yeah, and so, so to be honest, like, in all fairness, I use the balancing act to be able to come up with these numbers, and in good faith, try to use the tools that we've been provided to be able to do that. So adjusting each one of those service levels up and down,
Okay.
minus,
I'm asking a question with you, but also looking at Ally to confirm
sure.
balancing act math. So, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, so let me stop. Okay, first question, slide 5, city employees and fire station expansion. Hold on.
Do you mean slide 7?
Well, it's slide number 5 in your presentation, slide 7 in the presentation. I went by the slide, so just city employee for fire station number 6 expansion. So my question was, has staff confirmed that these positions can be filled with existing city resources and departments?
No.
Okay. All right. Slide number 7, which is fire medical administrative support, which is proposing a reduction in service level. And my question was, if this service level was to drop, what would it take to get it back up to level 4 when Station 6 is fully operational? You gonna answer for me?
I can.
Or, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so our current proposal for a decrease from the current service level down 1 actually eliminates the chief of staff position and an administrative support position. To get that back up to that same service level with Station 6, it would be an increase of those two positions. That program is primarily the staff only and administrative support, but it also, most of the financial side of it that we can't really touch, our dispatch agreement, taxes, fees, just other expenses that to do business we can't decrease.
Okay.
So to do that service level decrease was personnel only.
Okay. And with that, could that, if we were to drop to a level 3, could that be filled with current staff levels?
No.
Okay.
Let me follow up on that question. Obviously, anytime we change funding with fire, it has an impact with the county. Has anyone discussed this with the county?
This has not been discussed with the county. They are made aware through our governance meetings of the service level rubrics and what is kind of status update every time we get a proposal of what does a different service level look like. This specific one, we have not had a governance meeting since providing the information. So they are unaware. These two positions are shared positions. And yeah.
Yeah, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
The county has approved their budget, correct?
What?
Has the county approved their budget?
Has the county finalized their budget?
Finalized their budget?
It's not adopted yet.
Okay.
But we've been through our budget hearings, which was like the first or second week of July.
Okay. All right, next slide was facilities maintenance, which is dropping it from a level 2 to a level 1. I wanted to know what was meant by reduce the maintenance overhead. I said, without knowing, I'm not sure I track with what is being proposed. And I said, with the consolidation of facilities to the MSO campus, does staff have any data showing that the reduction in service level will stabilize maintenance overhead? And I realized that these were questions that came in late, so I understand if staff is not able to speak to them, but these are more to just the vice mayor. Like,
Yep.
what did you mean by reduce the maintenance overhead?
So if there's any building that's being consolidated at the MSO campus, we should just let it die on the vine. We shouldn't have any maintenance to the buildings that are about to be rolled up into the MSO campus.
Okay. So the 700,000 savings is based on current maintenance needs?
Yeah, the only one that I had heard where it could come up is with City Hall. And with City Hall, we do have the $10 million for the annex project, so in case the HVAC here has a problem. But this is more of a thing to try and get some savings out of the MSO campus, moving in that direction.
And where did you get the 700,000 for is that through the balancing act then?
Yeah, so the balancing act
Yeah.
was, it said 786,800 for that service level move from 2 to 1. And then Ally's email on 8/14 said it would actually be closer to 700.
700, yeah. And then, so that would mean, when you say, and so just to understand, just when you don't do maintenance on a building and you defer it, then the building loses its value at a greater rate. So this asset may, deteriorate at a much faster rate because we are failing to take care of it. And so then any eventual sale value would be less because we chose not to take care of it. So there's unintended consequences to not doing preventive maintenance on buildings, and I would agree with you that might be a good place to start, but I would want to assure that we aren't putting these assets at risk so that in the future, when we do want to divest ourselves of them, that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot from a value standpoint. So I would want to make sure, I see that as an opportunity, but I don't want the costs or the benefit of this to outweigh the actual cost to the city, because it could, it could multiply quickly just after a year or two of lack of maintenance on a building. It's going to happen very quickly. So I would like to hear from that on that for sure.
My question for staff on that, and Ally, this was in your memo, so I'm not sure who directed that. That this to get to the 700,000, it was a reduction of 3 FTEs.
Correct.
So
which would leave approximately 4 staff. But okay, so I didn't read the rest. That was going to be my question. So this would be a 50% reduction in staff. Okay. You answered my question without knowing it. Thank you. It was all there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Next, on street maintenance, that was a proposal to reduce from a level 3 to a level 2.
Yep.
With the idea that we're paying for a level 3, but only getting a level 2. But my note here was, you have a note here that states that the city manager will begin a road study. I'm like, is that something that you're proposing that we?
Yeah, that was more of a, since our city manager is a traffic expert, I figured that might be one area where, hey, how do we actually, can we get it to linear miles of closer to like 100, 200,000 versus something that's like 1 million, 2 million? But to me, it's like, if we're paying for a service level, if we're getting a service level 2 and paying for a 3, why would we continue to pay for a 3? And, at the end of the year, we're supposed to find out, hey, the arterial roads, they're going to be in the more like the PCI 70 range. Some of the residential collectors, those roads like that, they might be lower. And so we could put this in as a 2, and then next year we can actually bump it back up to figure out, hey, what does it look like to be able to support more of the residential roads starting next year?
Okay.
But we don't really know right now.
Okay. All right. Next was spectator fee increase for SPL. I said the increase in spectator fees is recommended to offset what?
Just a way to generate additional revenue, not to offset anything.
Okay, so just to go into operating funds or go into fund balance?
Yeah, I mean, so, like with the Balancing Act, it was sort of hard to say, like, how do you put these into different funds? It was just more of this bucket goes in this direction, bucket goes in that direction. So I was thinking about it that way. I did read your question, and I was like, that's interesting. But, one of the things, I proposed on the parks and trails, that's for moving from 3 to 2, which for me is, how do we move maintenance of parks from, if you're mowing once a week, maybe they're once every 2 weeks? How do we have parks that maybe they don't have that level of mowing? We actually ask communities, ask neighborhood associations to help start to maintain some of those. That $244,000 plus the spectator fees makes every other Parks and Rec thing that I put forward work.
So my question would, I'm going to direct that towards Lindsay, because I thought maybe you had inquired to Lindsay about this. So Lindsay, with the increase in spectator fees, where would that go in your budget?
In general, it will just go towards our revenue goal. So right now we have $250,000 that we have budgeted as an estimate for the spectator fee revenue. So it would just be an increase to that.
Okay. Thank you.
But in in this response document, the alley provided, I assume this came from you, that you don't want to charge $525 because you don't want to deal with quarters.
Correct.
You either want to go 6 or you want to go 5.
With all due respect, please. Yeah, so, and that's why we wanted to just throw that back, though, that we traditionally prefer to round up or down, and so we try to deal with whole dollar amounts. So adding the 25 cents would really be a logistical nightmare. So if anything, if it would go up $1, then we would charge $6. Again, I just, want to state that we get that fee too high, we could lose tournaments. And so again, we're not quite through our first year, so we're still kind of feeling it out, getting the feedback as far as our participants, and we want to be mindful of that. But yeah, that would be our recommendation if you did want to bump it up to, frankly, go up $1 rather than the 25 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, a couple that I'm, sort of, excited to talk about, these sponsorship positions. I mean, these are things we've heard in the community for a long time that, how do we find a way for, rec centers, or, like how we do an MSO with like the Taylor Drift, plow or whatever. Or, I was joking with the firefighters. I was like, I don't want them to look like NASCAR guys, but if they had a patch from KU or a bank or something like that, like, is there a way to use a sponsorship position to go across the organization to increase revenue? And so I talked to Susie about this. She's worked in that. She's managed a sponsorship person before in the past. I believe that, so this moving from 3 to 4 not only gives her a little more flexibility on the Eco Devo side, but I believe that this person in the first year will pay at least half for themselves. In the second year, they'll pay completely for themselves. But I wanted to put the worst case number inside here, just so everybody sees what it looks like. But that's, again, a number from the Balancing Act.
Okay. I mean, I get that. I think for me, as far as adding another FTE for prosperity and economic security, it wouldn't necessarily be focusing on sponsorships. It would be to create some stability and support for Susie. And I think by kind of preempting it by saying that that FTE has to be done for sponsorships, which I don't know in the grand scheme of, in the larger ecosystem, EcoDevo ecosystem, that's where I don't necessarily think we need a full FTE for that. So I agree with adding an FTE to PES. I just don't think it should be for sponsorship.
Okay.
I think that's a deeper conversation to be had.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even I might have even said, maybe if it's a half or quarter or something like that, I think it's enough to just get started, but to bump up basically her service level.
I think, yeah. I think it's going to come back to us as far as what is it that we see the direction for PES going, and where do we want that focus to be as it relates to funding agreements and supports and dollars for that. So I'll just kind of
And then,
pocket that there.
yep, no, same thing. And so in this one, there wasn't a service level for this one, but one of the asks from the affordable housing study called out the need for 3x new code compliance employees by 2035.
Right.
And so this was the creation of one of those. This is, Jeff said, it would be 122,000. And then he noted in the emails that went back and forth that they cannot fully recoup their whole cost, but they could recoup maybe a majority of it. And so at 75%. That person could recoup 91,500, so that would only be 30,500. But again, this is, again, the worst, the cost of a full-time employee inside here with the expectation that they'd be partially paying for themselves.
Through increase in fees?
Or going out and doing more co-compliance and reviews.
So we haven't truly identified a funding source for that, an offset piece for that.
Yeah, so I mean, there could be offsets in this one and in the previous one once they get sort of going in each one of their departments.
So you're saying the offset's going to be what they generate from fees?
Correct.
Fines and fees.
Right, but I'm not putting that offset in here. I want to give you guys the worst-case scenario of adding one single employee here and then moving the service level in EcoDevo.
And I supported the code compliance officer last year. We didn't get it. But Jeff, can you talk about where would there be I mean, obviously we have general code compliance, we have rental assistance, we have building sort of code compliance. What do you see our biggest need to be here?
There's a difference between a building inspector and a code compliance inspector, essentially, but code compliance will typically deal with one of two things, either exterior property maintenance code violations or the short-term or long-term rental licensing program. If it's an exterior property maintenance officer, which is probably the one that's in more need at this point in time, that usually doesn't get charged to the rental licensing fees because there's a nexus between those fees and the congruence of what they're doing. Most of our property maintenance is generally a general fund item because it's blight, dangerous structures, and those kind of things. And that's usually a general fund operating expense for us.
Okay.
And then, we start going down, Parks and Rec. And so, I asked the question for recreation, health, and wellness. If we went from a 3 to a 4, we'd actually make 12,500. That's if all of the classes were used. I totally get that. But it would cost to be able to move in that direction. It would cost 152,500, and we could generate 165,000. So plus 12,500.
Lindsay, I mean, generally speaking, my time on the commission, we haven't said you can have this many classes, you can't have this many classes, or you've been able to generate revenue or not. Tell me how you make that decision, and what would you need from us dollar-wise, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm making an assumption here, to feel comfortable about making that addition.
Sure. I think in general, like you said, for at least the last few years that I've been here, it's been pretty status quo. So I know it was pretty exciting to hear that, hey, we might actually, get some more funding to increase programming. And we've got a great staff who can do great things. And so if I tell them go, they'll go. The one thing I did want to caution is that, at the same time, and, I've spoken, with our new city manager about this, that we also want to be mindful of not offering too many things to oversaturate what we do, and maybe it's better to do less things but do them better. And so we would analyze current programs and see where we have some areas where we know we could increase. I just want to make sure that we don't just throw it out there and try to offer all these new programs, but then not get the registrations. And so with an expectation that we would make that, it is a small margin, that I do just want to caution that, we can't guarantee that by adding 300 programs next year that they would all fill. But we do, we analyze our cost recovery. We look at our programs every year. And we do have some areas that, we could definitely do some increase in programming that we would be really excited about.
So I know in a few of these, Vice Mayor, you did the worst case scenario. This one here is probably the best case scenario, that it makes money.
Right.
It would seem to me, and again, not putting anyone on the spot, but it would seem to me the more cautious would be, it's going to cost us $20,000 or something. I'm just asking the question out loud as opposed to assuming it's going to make money. I guess that's what I'm asking you. Like, if we say go do new classes and then you don't make the money, what happens? I mean, I guess where would you feel comfortable?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, the way our cost recovery is set up, that if it's, our fitness type programs are going to fully cost recover. But we do have the cost recovery pyramid that is set at different levels. So if it's youth programming is not intended to fully cost recover. Certain swim programs, different levels of competitive versus recreation. So we would follow our guide, but that's why in general, we tried to give you an answer that, we put in the balancing act for that amount of increase, would include our instructor fees, equipment, and things like that. And we feel fairly confident that we could bring in enough to bring in a positive revenue offset. But it's just so difficult to really pinpoint what the community is going to want and need. But, we definitely are, not going to turn down the option to try, but I just want to make sure when we look at the big picture that it may be better to do something different and not take that chance, with the budget in general.
With an expansion, if we were to expand by 300 programs, what impact does it have on facilities?
Definitely wear and tear equipment. That's why a lot of that expense would include, new equipment and keeping up with things like that. But yeah, there is an offset to that, it's going to also increase our maintenance budget. To keep up with the demand and the use of the different facilities in the fields. Something else we mentioned, this particular discussion right here is just our fitness recreation programming. I know youth sports was also, or youth and adult sports was also recommended to increase. If there is going to be a recommended decrease to the parks maintenance budget, that has an effect.
The $29,000 back in.
Yeah, okay, great. Because we did want to point that out, that unfortunately, if you cut the parks budget, that would have an effect on the youth programming that we'd be able to do. So yeah, that's great. Thank you just for keeping that in mind.
That's all good. Then moving down, same thing, 6 day of access to the Nature Center for camps, field trips, and numbers that were provided were the cost of moving that from service level 3 to 4 is $27,050. The cost of the program would be this would generate only $12,500, so it would be a negative of $14,550, but it would provide a 6 day of access to something that I think is a marquee part of the city. For youth and adult sports, as Lindsay said, this would be from move to service level 2 to 3, that's $80,760, generate around $60,000 for a net a loss of $27,660, and the mowing, the $29,000 for the various practice fields is put back into that number up on slide 12, I believe.
I had a question just on the disabled veterans qualified access member. What is the $20,000 cost on that? Tell me how you got to that. That just seems that.
So I
can't imagine we have 20,000 veterans who are disabled veterans who bought passes this year who are going to get it free next.
So we did a general, we did an estimate. We looked up general numbers on the possible amount of veterans that live in Lawrence would be participating in recreation programs and possibly getting a recreation membership. And so that number, we actually drilled it down to, it could be between 100 to 300 people. And so then if they all had annual membership at the senior rate, that could be anywhere between 8,000 to 20,000. And so we were trying just to give an estimate that we don't know because we have not asked for that information. But we did just want to point out that it wouldn't be a zero net effect, that it would have an impact possibly on our revenue. So again, yeah, these are big numbers to throw around, and without having that accurate data, we're just, we're going off of just kind of some national trends.
Yeah, and there was, if you look at the census data, so I put a link in the notes, it says there's 606 disabled veterans. It's plus or minus 333, so that could be as low as 300 or it could be as high as 1,000.
Yeah.
But, I think one of the last meetings that you were here, we also, last year, the rec centers were staffed for 13,000 available people. Now it's only about 4,500 using it without any cuts. So it's not like we need to backfill that with staff to be able to support even 1,000 people.
Commissioner Sellers, you had some other questions on, but do you have others?
You got me with the 20K, so I'm on.
So, is it useful?
Yeah, so I just feel like we've ignored the biggest elephant in the room, which is your number one, $1.7 million wage adjustment. I think
that's what
we
I was
even
going
talked
I was going to get to that one, saving.
I just think all this other stuff's great, but the biggest lion's share is this $1.7 million that is going to be taken from, the step increases. So, we need to talk about that.
Yes.
So, sure.
Okay.
Let's talk about how we're going to explain that to employees, the cost-benefit ratio, and of course, I am in favor of reduction in the budget if it doesn't come at the expense of our employees, long term.
Yeah, sure.
That's kind of what I want to make sure we talk about that, because if we're not going to do that, then the rest of your budget may or may be helped, but we're going to have a mill levy increase.
Well, right, no, 100%. And, we had a discussion about it last month, and, it sounded like from the commission perspective that everybody wants to give a general wage adjustment one way or another. And I was saying, 2.5. There's also, I found out recently there's this, there's a thing where, people in the city can have access to different parks and rec things at a 20% discount. Only 4 people in the city use that. So, what can we do to say, hey, in the future, could we do things when we have more growth on the back end? I totally support that. But, right now, after, where we are, where we're trying to make up a hole, I feel like 2.5 is fair. And I can support that. Ideally, I put it in the notes. For me, I think it would be, I would personally like to see, if you're at market or if you're above market, that's no GWA. I'd rather take that money that's used at the top and then support like a firefighter, sanitation worker, cop, something like that. I just don't know if we have enough time to do that. So, this is a hammer approach rather than a scalpel.
Well, some of those are union folks, so that would be double dipping if we gave them to them. But I hear what you're saying.
So is that, when you say for all city employees, this is 1.7 million, again,
That's minus the steps. That's the savings that you get with minus the steps.
but that's all employees, including union employees?
Yep.
And that gets everyone to market?
That's just the 2.5. I didn't ask that question.
That's just the 1.7 million, maybe I'm looking at Ally from this.
Yeah.
No step increase for any employee,
Correct,
no matter if they're union or not union, that's where the 1.7 million goes.
correct.
That's the full number.
And there's no contracts that prohibit us from doing so?
Yeah.
Sorry?
There's no contracts, existing contracts that we have that prohibit us from doing so?
We have tentative agreements, yes.
Okay.
But, even in September, if there was a way to do, people at market, people above market, and then we actually focus on the people who need to be brought up, if we have time to be able to do that and see that number, I would love to see that number. Or if it was no general wage adjustment, it was just steps, to be able to just do a comparison between those two numbers, or those 3 numbers.
Okay. And tell me why maybe we had this discussion earlier and I forgot, but why not fund the steps and do no general wage adjustment? That would seem to, the general wage adjustment,
I honestly didn't think about it till this morning.
Okay.
yeah. I mean, to the extent you're making the argument that, I mean, some of the people at the top of the scale, our highest paid employees are at the top of the scale, they would benefit from a general wage adjustment, but not benefit from a step. And so not funding the steps, to me, would be harder than no general wage adjustment, because you have employees who are progressing, in their livelihood, and we've proposed to them over the years, this is how you're going to progress in our system, and you might get a general wage adjustment on top of it. To me, it kind of feels like the step is something we've more promised them than a general wage adjustment. So, I mean, if I was going to do this, I'd probably, in my mind, I'd flip that. But, I mean, I think the other thing I've heard Commissioner Napoleon say is 5% step is high. I mean, if you did a 2.5% step, you said, we're still doing steps, but you do 2.5%, that's half of that, right? It'd be 900,000 or something. If you said, we're going to give a smaller step.
I mean, for me, I mean, I think I kind of see what you're trying to do, Vice Mayor. I think for me, if that was going to be the will of the commission, I would not agree to a 2.5, only because outside of the unions, city employees have gotten the low end of the stick of their general wage adjustments the last few years. So 2.5 is, I think if you're not going to do a step, 2.5 to me is almost like a slap in the face. So it would need to be either 3.5, if we're going to entertain just doing a general wage adjustment. Mind you that we are currently in negotiations with union contracts. So that's why this kind of makes it sticky, is that we're doing two things at once that are not necessarily diametrically opposed to each other, but really do make this is one where to the mayor's point, I think I can more stick with a step and take the general wage out of it. I know that's going to change the number of this because steps look different for everyone. But again, I think it makes the road going forward with agreements a little bit more difficult for us.
And I guess I would add, my other thought process is, we at least are talking about, for the first time, increasing the employee contribution, for our health insurance. And, so it's kind of a double whammy to them, not to give them a step and then say, oh, by the way, and you're paying more for your health insurance.
And not accounting for inflation.
And what?
And not accounting for inflation.
Yeah. I did hear, as a side note, before I say something else, there was a story on NPR this morning about,
About the wage.
about the 3 of the 9, yeah.
Yes.
That prices went up 9% and the average wage was 3%. So, real income went down 6% for most, the average employee in America because of that difference. Because most people give 2.5 or 3% raises. But of course, prices went up more than that. So again, I do think it's a particular tough year to argue that, we call it general wage adjustment in previous years. Sometimes we call it cost of living adjustments. If it was truly a cost of living adjustment, it would be much higher than 2.5%, given the inflation we've had. But so I guess I'm looking at this a different way. I mean, I applaud, and certainly I think we all want to find a way to make the right cuts, to provide good services at the lowest possible cost, and so I applaud your attempts here. I mean, your suggestions and bringing these up. I mean, I think we can go through some of them and say, some I support and some I don't. and I think we should go through those so we can give that. But to me, I think and I was encouraged from what I heard tonight, I think, as I've said several times, if it wasn't for the $7 million in health insurance, we'd be having a whole different conversation. And I think that is where we should be focusing on making a change to the health insurance we provide in ways, as they talked about, that we can save money, but also help our employees. And to me, I think, from what I heard tonight, I obviously need more information. I think the first number he said is we think we could save $1.7 million. Right. Well, that's the same number you have right there. Right. If we can, now I think there's a lot of other variables in there, and I'm not saying that's exactly where we're at, but, I do think that is where I'd like to see the savings. And then secondarily, if it's the will of the commission, I would leave the general wage adjustment we've been talking about and talk about lowering the step a little bit, 2.5%, 3%, 4% instead of the 5% step. Okay. If that's where we wanted to go. So let's walk through some of these. Go ahead.
Can I, really quick?
Yeah.
This might be, we could still go through those, but this might be some information
Yeah, that'd be great.
that we can ask them our staff to bring back that might also assist, right? We talked about the buildings and the facilities, but we haven't really talked about what our plan is for the vacated buildings. Can we not sell some property next year to get it off the books? And
yeah, Melissa can talk more about it, but several of those properties are so old that they're not platted. So we've actually started that process of getting those platted so that they can be marketed, and then we will bring recommendations to market for sale. Some of those we're evaluating, I think one or two for the potential for an affordable housing development proposal, but nothing really firmed up quite yet on that. So I think once we're in the very hard process of moving right now, and I think once we fully get out of those buildings, we get them platted, then we'll be prepared probably to come back with recommendations.
And I'm just trying to increase revenue. So if it's any property that we're looking at donating for affordable housing, I don't know if that's necessarily pertinent.
Right.
That's a bigger conversation. But if there's any viable property to sell that you guys would recommend, can you please look into that?
Yeah, definitely. And we do have some commercial, couple of the properties, so those would be pretty marketable, I would think. That is one-time revenue, though.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yep. So,
But if we literally don't own the building, we don't have to worry about maintenance being deferred. That's really why I cared. I don't think we're going to be making big money. But Commissioner Dever definitely had a valid concern.
When you don't take care of it, it's just going to
Right, absolutely, absolutely. So maybe we
worthless
can
to somebody,
fast track and get rid of some property. That was my whole point. These are questions you likely will not have answers to, but I'm interested in knowing how many FTEs that are authorized but not currently filled. I'd love to know what that information is, and we can really scrutinize that. The next question I have in this, the health insurance PPO, can we consider increasing our PPO plan deductible? Mm-hmm. That will get cost savings there. Or, might add a little administrative burden, add a third plan. I've typically worked under the 3-plan rule, but I don't know, that's up to staff if they're interested in administering too many plans. But can we see what a cost savings would be if the PPO for health insurance, which can be brought when they bring the other information, If we could maybe do, we right now have 1,500 and 3,000, maybe up it to 2,000, 2,500, somewhere in there for the first, for single, and then family double that, right? Like, I see Ally. Ally's like, she gets it.
So to go back, if staff was to bring that back, do you want them to bring back what would it look like for 3 plans? What would it look like for a PPO with an increased deductible? And then if there's a recommendation for an increase in staff contribution, do you want what that would look like in addition to an increased deductible in a PPO? Because I won't support that.
Right, I get that, and I can't keep hitting them with all of the.
Because you're gonna make me pay more and then I gotta get a higher deductible?
I guess my thought is we're asking the committee to come back with a proposal that includes all of that and see where that leads us. I mean, that's what they're working on. That's why we have Gallagher, that's why I had the presentation. I mean, I think there's possibilities, they'll give and take, so. Okay, that's a good one. Go ahead. Did you have others?
The last one, what I have asked for in the areas like maybe for project managers, we've added a lot of project managers, and I've been asking, how much are we consulting, hiring consultants for versus the project managers? I'd like to evaluate what that looks like and see if we can cut consulting fees. I am not interested in laying people off, but are we doubling up, right? Like when we hire our engineering consultants, I really want to know that it was evaluated. Can we reduce those costs as it pertains basically often to capital projects? Okay? That's it. That's all I have.
Okay, let's.
Everybody else up for the street maintenance reduction too? I didn't really hear any feedback on that one.
No, let's walk through these.
Okay.
And though it's the biggest in the room, let's skip wage adjustment and end on that, just for the fun of it. Okay, I'm going to start then on slide 7, which is the 200,000 on the 3 employees. Those are the 3 additional employees. One is for facilities, one is in HR, and one is the administrative assistant in the city manager's office. Let's see if we have any consensus on that. I think we need an administrative assistant in the city manager's office. I'm not willing to forego that position. I would be willing to forego those other 2 new positions, or look at a proposal that, as a part of a package, and that'd be what, 150,000 instead of 50,000. But what do others think on that? Do we have some sort of
I can support
consensus?
We're talking about a net savings, but what impact does that hit the county? And would that be a net savings if we have to?
Neither of these are actual fire and medical people, right? One is a facilities person generally in MSO, and the other is in HR.
Correct. These are the net impact to the city and don't have revenue implications with the county.
Yeah. It says LDCFM expansion support. That's
yes.
That's not. Remember these? We talked about that.
Yeah.
So this is just we have 7 MSO facilities people. This would take it to 8, and we have however many people we have in HR. This would add them, and certainly I think we need them. But if we're looking for cuts, I would cut those 2 positions. But I would not. I think we need an administrative assistant in the city manager's office.
Sounds good to me.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so Ally's taking notes here. And again, this is not a final decision. This is just bringing us something back to look at. Because again, once we make these adjustments, it changes the reserve ratio. And I learned last year that making one change is actually, for Ally, a an hour and 50-minute process to work through the math. So again, okay, so we got some consensus there. Fire medical administrative support, I'm not in favor of making that cut. I think we need administrative support, in particular, the chief of staff. And I think would mess with our agreement with the county.
Would this also be a loss in FTE? So would this require a layoff?
2 FTEs.
Correct.
Two.
Yes, these
So
are,
two
yeah.
layoffs.
2 layoffs. So I don't support that.
Same.
So that's 3 that don't support that. Facilities maintenance, again, I don't support going from 7 to 3, 7 to 4, and losing 3 facilities folks. I appreciate where you're going at, but I wouldn't support that. Others?
Yeah, the details are thin on this, so I'm just going to say that I think we can experience a reduction or value with some sort of consolidation in one building. We should be receiving some benefit, so I would be open to some consolidation there. I just don't know what that would look like. So 700 is probably not the number, but maybe one person, and that wouldn't, of course, achieve the value that you're looking at. But I would see some value or reduction because we're theoretically reducing the number of places, but we are trying to receive some benefit from consolidation. And you're right, we should be able to put it in dollars. And so I don't know how we do that, but I don't know if we've got enough to go with 700, but I think some level of reduction is reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, can't we get the information, right? Like,
Just one, yeah, whatever that would look like. It sounded like,
So that's a question we have.
what does it look like for
Yeah.
1, 2, or 3 reduction or whatever?
And I just throw this out as the answer to the question. Staff actually proposed going from 7 to 8. That was
Right,
one position they thought we needed more of,
correct.
not less of. And so I guess I'd want some more information on that. And would we see any savings from the MSO facility? And I think that's something obviously we want to hear more about, whatever that is.
Mayor and Commission, if I may offer just a perspective on that, I think the savings could be in the material or in the services that we would have, because then we wouldn't service those buildings as such. Even for the MSO, I think that from a staffing standpoint, it's imperative to have the staff that keeps maintenance going, so you don't have any deferred maintenance issues that we've probably had in the past. The savings that we would recognize or realize is, HVAC services or parts or things of that nature. Give us an opportunity to take a look at that and see if we can come back with a realistic number of what we would be able to save not maintaining those facilities from the sense of service and equipment.
And obviously you're using the numbers from
Balancing
act, so you only had what to go with, so I mean, but let's see if we can come up with something there. Okay, street maintenance, thoughts on street maintenance?
I feel like it's, Mike, I think your point was made. If we're paying for this and we're not getting it, then why should we pay for it? But I think this also goes back to a progressively, we'll call it rotting system, where if it's not there's these large leaps in quality of the pavement. It goes from bearable to unbearable. There's not this gradual, where we can somehow jump into the curve and get the maintenance just right. I don't believe, and I think we went through this a long time ago when we started the whole PCI system to begin with, and I believe in it. I think it's helped us guide our costs and our savings to our community. I think we've lost touch with some of these residential streets because we've spent so much on our larger arterial. So I really don't know if cutting maintenance on something that's already deteriorating is a logical step, so I couldn't possibly, understand that unless I talk to our staff and realize what the actual net impact of not funding this for a year would be, and whether or not that PCI would go from, say, a 52 to a 42 over 1 year.
Could we talk about that in the next
So
couple weeks?
that's kind of
Like,
where we
yeah.
need to,
I'd be interested.
kind
in
of
that
talk. I think that's
I
something
would
we
be
need to talk about.
interested.
Yeah. Whether or not there's a real impact for a year, then maybe not. Then it's worth it. I guess that's what I don't know. But I was told that every time we cut, it's going to have a negative impact on the PCI, and it's going to be not a one-to-one relationship. It could be a 2 or 3x relationship on deterioration over 1 year of maintenance or failure to put it in. So I want to hear somebody, from MSO tell us that this is a good idea, or at least it's an idea that won't get us too far behind where we're going to have to cost more to get caught back up. That's my only concern.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine getting more information on it.
Yeah.
Based upon what I've seen in the past, I don't think I could support it. I mean, we've
Yeah.
had this discussion of, in order to increase our PSI score, we're not spending enough on street maintenance.
That's right.
And so even a 1 year, I think, will hurt us. And I guess I've been telling lots of people in the community who complain about the residential streets, hold on, we're getting to you.
Right.
And then the 1 year we're about to get to them,
We cut.
we cut it. I'm not sure I can support it, but I'm definitely willing to get more information on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, parks, trails, open space management. Again, I would say this is actually one of the areas I've received a lot of, when we cut back last year or two, doing that, and I've gotten lots of complaints about that from users of our parks and our trails and our open space, and I don't think I could support reducing that level of service, but others?
I'm the same. I can't support that.
I can.
Mike?
I'm sorry, I guess you would be supportive of that because you're getting complaints about the fact we cut last year and they're still not happy about it.
Yeah.
I'm experiencing such complaints, so it's good to know.
Yeah.
I saw it. Okay, well, there you go. So if it's not what the people want, you just figure out, I think it's an eyesore. I think the fact that we didn't spend any money on mowing has caused the quality to diminish in our parks, and I think we tried to save money doing it in the past, and we got to figure out if that's the way that we're going to save money, Mike. So I mean, we agreed to cut before. Even less is going to yield perhaps even more complaints. I don't know.
Yeah, my thought with this is that there's a cut here, but there's so much other additional stuff that we're doing with that cut in Parks and Rec that we're providing to the community. With that $244,000, we're doing the community building, we're doing the nature center, we're doing these more programs, we're making sure 18-year-olds can have access, we're making sure that veterans have access to the rec centers. That this is a change, but it's a change that's not just going in one direction. That it's change with the left hand, but also providing more services with the right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's at the expense of the left.
And I understand that, and I guess that's my next question as we start to go through some of these enhancements. Like, I support, as for example, some of these. I support the community building staying open. I support the 18-year-olds. I support the 2 senior classes. But if we don't have cuts, Mike, do you support those still? I mean,
We can't go above what we said before.
what?
We can't go above what we set before anyways. So if we don't have cuts to offset this, then we can't.
No, but we have some cuts. Let's say we save 1.5 million in health insurance, and we save 200,000, and I'm making this up, 200,000 in overtime from the fire department, and we do something on wages that saves us $500,000.
Yeah, if we can.
But it still makes us do a mill increase.
Yeah, if we can.
Do you
if we can
still
say,
support?
yeah, I want to be at 1 or below.
Okay.
That's where I am.
Okay.
Mayor, we're talking about the health insurance fund and
Yeah.
potential decrease. So when we talk about that $7 million, we're talking about across all funds.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear, if there's $1 million savings or a reduction that we would have to have, that's not all impacting the general fund.
Yes, that's a good reminder. I keep forgetting that, but I've been told that. Remind me the number, it's full something,
Approximately 600 of $1 million would be from the general
yeah,
fund.
60%, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 60% in the reductions is to the general fund. Got it, yep. Again, I was making up numbers. So I guess I just wanted to be sure how much, where that plays out. Okay, I guess let's do the one fee increase, and then we'll go through these other ones. I mean,
I've heard from people it's low. That's the reason
Yeah.
I threw 5% on there.
yeah, I mean, I'm interested in seeing it go to $6 and seeing what happens, but unless Parks and Rec comes back and tells me that's just a terrible idea, I'm okay with going to $6.
I am too.
But obviously, feel free to tell us that's a terrible idea next time, or give us some information, or compare us to other Parks and Rec and say that that's a big risk to us. If you have information, bring it to us. But generally speaking, if we can get another dollar out of the people coming, I'm all for it.
I've been told by people that live here and go to tournaments in Johnson County that they're usually paying up to $7.
Yeah, I've been,
But I don't know that for a fact. That's what I've been told, so I would love if some research could be done.
yeah. Okay, so generally speaking, $6.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Sponsorship position,
Or just Eco Devo service level increase.
yeah. Or general Ego Devo. This is one, again, there's all sorts of things I'd like to add. I'd like to add police officers, I'd like to add all sorts of things. But I guess this one, if I'm trying to get to no more than $1 million increase or something less than that, when I look at some of the rest of these, I want to put this, to me, as important as code compliance or some of these other things in Parks and Rec, but that's just me.
You said it's not, or?
It's not as high on the list to me, but
I just think this person's going to make money for the city.
But you're assuming this is coming out of the general fund and not out of the department's budget?
say that again?
The 124, like, are you saying, like, you're saying this would be, this is
Additional,
at an FTE, right? So are we saying this would come from the general fund, or would it come from Susie's budget?
no, we'd add, I think what he's proposing is to add 124,000 for the general fund.
More.
Okay.
Where is,
But hoping you'd save some money.
where's Eco Devo housed? Where's Susie housed?
The general fund.
It's a general fund budget.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
I'm just saying that could be an option, so that it wasn't coming out of the general fund, but, yeah.
what do folks, others think about, again, assuming we're not going to get to the same negative, where does, the same reductions, where do people feel about adding this position? We've already talked about removing an HR position and a facilities position, which are something staff recommended. Again, I guess I don't feel as strongly, not that I don't support adding in concept. That's just where I'm at, that I probably want
Yeah,
to
I think
support this.
futurely, yes, I would like to see us add another person under PES. I don't, like I said, I'm not sure it sticks to the sponsorship piece, but I think the bigger question is that we haven't had a work session with economic development. So, and I know that there are pieces to that Susie can share with us that would allow us the opportunity in that space to ask this question. So, it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse. And so whether we say up or down on it, I still don't have that input directly from Susie as it relates to what she envisions for that department. What does it look like from an economic policy standpoint? What does it look like for the work? Because again, that used to be, at one point, that was a department of 2. So she's working at a deficiency And that was just for economic development. It had nothing to do with sponsorship. So I just want us to kind of think about all of those. So, I mean, at the current iteration, I don't support this because I need to hear from our economic development director what her plan and what her vision is for that department and what that looks like and what she needs from us what does she need to hear from us as it relates to what our needs and expectations are for prosperity and economic security.
So just to confirm again, we're just having you compile numbers, right?
Yeah.
We're kind of picking, but you come and present to us a total budget based on what our consensus is, and we say yay to the Eco-Devo position, sponsorship or not, used for whatever, and we say, okay, that doesn't work, it doesn't get us to where our mill is, it's just presenting numbers, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the will of the commission. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm fine with it if it's a plus or minus. It's just a matter of the semantics on the back end. So.
Yeah, I guess I'm just reading the tea leaves that I think this is going to be, we're going to be above, we're going to be above 1 mil. And if we're above 1 mil, I don't think this new position is going to be supported. And so as we're trying to bring something back next week to look at, I would leave this out of that. If somehow by the time we're done with this discussion, we come back and we're at 0.5 mils and we're like, okay, let's spend some more money. I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah. I get it. You're making decisions based on trying to keep this at a mill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not the general consensus for all of us.
I know,
But
that's
some
what
of
I'm
you
saying.
all are focusing on that, while some others of us are not, so.
Yes. So that's what I'm asking. Do we want to bring us back a number that includes this or not?
That
If we
includes
do,
the
let's do it.
Sponsorship
No,
position?
includes an ED position,
Yeah, I
124,000.
don't think so. I don't think adding new positions, for me, at this point, if we're cutting the budget and we're thinking about cutting employees' wages, their potential increases, then I think adding these positions without a specific goal and a way to generate revenue that is fully going to generate revenue, guaranteed, then we're just adding more costs to a budget that's already strained. So for me, I can't go along with that for me right now. So unless I knew they were going to create money and there was going to be some value to that, then I knew, then I, as a leader, I could agree to that, to add a new position, to add more debt to our, existing overhead, and then not have a guarantee that we'll be generating a revenue from that role, to me, is tenuous at best.
And I guess I'd add to that, and maybe one reason I'm taking that position is because I would support the code compliance officer, because I think that's a need.
There's a value there.
There's a need there, and it might not pay for itself, but there's a real need there that, not that there's not an ED or other places. I'd probably support the code compliance officer and see if we can get that to go.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons I'm not supporting the other one.
So one of the others, what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we do this. Maybe we ask Ally to come back with, one's 124, one's 122. I mean, but bring us back one position, and we can, and include it in your calculation, then we can talk about what that is if we keep it there at all. Okay. Recreation, health, wellness programming. Hey, if they think they can make money or be break even, go for it. I'm all,
That's a no-brainer.
and I hope that's true of everybody. If you think you can go make money at something, bring it to us, because I'll be supportive. Nature Center. So I assume everyone agrees with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Nature Center, 14,000. Comments?
I just want to say on all of these things related to health and wellness and nature center and all that, and this is kind of a deeper dive. This is not what we're going to solve tonight. I think we're making inferences to say, oh, if we do this at the nature center, more people are going to do it. If you haven't invited people to it or brought people to it, then you're assuming that if we build it, they'll come. And in this case, it may not be the case. So one of my things would be is that where are we missing opportunities to engage families that have not been engaging in Parks and Rec, who have not been engaging in the Nature Center, to bring them on? Because it's kind of where this is being pitched from the perspective of people who are already interacting want more, but we're not addressing the fact that we have a population that's not been involved and activated with these. So what are we doing to address that? So I don't, we can appease the folks that are already being appeased, but what are we doing to build the gaps?
Again,
We're adding a 6th day, but and like I said, I'm not looking for an answer tonight. I'm just saying I want us to kind of think about that when we talk about Parks, Recs, and Culture. What are we doing to bring folks to Parks, Recs, and Culture who have not seen themselves represented in that, and we've not done our due diligence to make sure they're represented, to bring them in instead of focusing on the folks who are that have a high utilization, to appease them at the expense of not bringing folks to the table.
Yeah, I mean, and just
That's
so you
something
know.
to pontificate on.
Yeah, no, just so you know, I was thinking this would bring in more people. I mean, I didn't really think about how we would necessarily do it, but it was an additive thing, not just more services for people who already use these programs.
Okay, who, do we have
Yeah, I mean, I'm
3
down.
people who support this? We
I
have
support
one.
every single thing here, so I'm always a one.
Yeah. Bishop Pulliam?
I'm good saving it for something else. So yes, I'm on board with what you guys were saying. Wait, I
What-
forego, I'm not in support of what he is recommending. Does that,
Yes,
thank you.
okay. And, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not looking for any red numbers right now, sorry. but
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Youth and adult sports. I know this one is interesting to me. The service level 2 for 20,000, we can get to service level 3. That does seem like a pretty good bang for the buck if we can make it happen.
Especially for how many people tell me that they drive to Olathe, they drive to Lenexa for
Yeah.
youth sports.
I'm in favor.
Yeah.
So let's include that one. Look like we got 3 there. Community building access, I support that, 70,000.
I support it.
Yep.
So you guys didn't have to answer.
Again,
got
we're
3
not
on that.
making a final decision again.
Yes,
tonight,
no,
Right? So,
But including that,
Yeah.
18-year-old,
I support it.
Me too.
I support that one as well.
Yeah, seems like a logical choice.
Okay.
Happens once a month.
The senior class,
Yeah, I did want to talk a little bit about this. I was thinking about, how I tried talking about this back in February and saying, hey, seniors have full access to this on one day of the week. I can see why that didn't fly after working up here for, the past 8 months. But what I do think could work is we have 2 free 1-hour sessions. I asked Lindsay a couple months ago, can you have a $0 class? 2 1-hour free sessions inside the Parks and Rec system, so people have to sign up, we'll know their names, stuff like that. Then they'll say, hey, I'm going to do this for this hour, I'm going to do this for that hour. So it gets the same goal, but at least it puts it in the framework of what we do as Parks and Rec.
So you're wanting us to be a class and not an open swim?
Correct. Yep.
I do think that's a better
And then there's-
setup.
Easier to monitor.
Lindsay, I assume you agree with that?
I'm in
Okay, I'll
favor.
support that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So, but is that better than open swim? That's what we were just talking about.
Logistically better.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's logistically better. And, talking to some of
But I
this.
mean,
this-
what about the clients? What about the people who reached out to you?
You can get this free thing too, it's fine.
I'm just asking you, is this going to be sufficient to satisfy the demands of the people who want
Yeah.
this, rather than an open swim, which
I think,
is...
yeah, because when I talked to them, they were like, hey, we don't even do 2 hours like they used to do. They would only do it for like 45 minutes, 30 minutes. So setting this to an hour chunk, everybody I've talked to said that's plenty of time to be able to do this. And then so have 2 of these chunks and going in the system, it provides the same outcome.
So why couldn't we roll that into the recreational health and wellness programming. If you're making it a class and we're increasing wellness classes, why couldn't that be rolled into that?
It's a different budget.
Okay.
It's minimal enough.
I mean, if we're gonna save, quote unquote, 12.5, and this is gonna run us
11.
11,
Well, let's add it in there for now,
yeah.
and then we'll talk about that. Last one is the disabled veterans.
Yeah, there's two more. But
I'm in favor of it, but that 20K does not
Make sense to me.
doesn't make sense.
And this, this is similar to, how I just laid out the thing about the free classes. So this would be, it's not just saying somebody is a disabled veteran, they get access. They still have to apply to the qualified access membership. But,
Yeah.
so we're adding that to that category so people can apply based on that.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think we should look at that number. I don't think it should be 20,000. I just can't imagine there's that,
Yeah.
it's really going to cost that much. But I think I'd support that.
So
Okay, then that,
there's number 25.
the what?
And so this one, the goal of this, the goal of this one is, I know that the Lawrence Community Shelter has outstanding debt with the city. Over the past 3 years, MSO and Parks and Rec have spent money, and there's the number and the staff hours that they've spent on homeless either interventions or staff hours to be able to help our homeless community. What I want to do is, if we have those numbers in there for this year, can we take 25,000 of that and apply that to the $300,000 loan that we have at the community shelter to be able to help them, one, pay down that loan quicker, and help them to, keep working on the program. Last time I was over there volunteering, they said it would be really helpful if there was a way to help pay down that outstanding debt rather than cutting a check every month for $2,000 or whatever it was. And so this is this one is the least, this was the one I put together this weekend, so this might need a little bit more kind of fleshing out.
So
But-
Misty hasn't seen this.
What's that?
So Misty hasn't seen this.
No, she has not.
I guess I don't,
Yeah, this is,
I
I mean, I-
Mayor, I might be able to help get a quick answer on this. If you're, Vice Mayor, if I understood you correctly, if there's $25,000 budgeted for park cleanups, camp cleanups, then let's repurpose that and give it to
Yeah.
community shelter to do mortgage forgiveness.
Right.
That, all of our park cleanup budget that we actually proactively budgeted was cut at last year's budget, if not the year before. So
okay.
we just do it all within existing authorized resources.
Because, there was the email I sent said that $90,000 this year is being earmarked.
Yeah, well, not earmarked for cleanups, but that's probably what we would have incurred cost, but that's within existing authorized resources. It's not a special set-aside budget anymore.
Okay.
We used to budget for it in the Homeless Solutions Division, but it made sense to cut that as, the large camps were remediated. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I was just trying to find a way to help the shelter, basically.
okay, let's then go to the last thing, to wages, steps. Where are people at on that? What do we want them to bring back to us? The budget includes a 5% step, 2.5
General wage adjustment.
general wage adjustment. That's what's in the budget. Do we want them to bring us back something different?
Yes.
I think, can we see what a 2.5 step looks like and a 5.5 step, and then we'll have those two numbers for the next meeting?
I heard the first one,
2.5 step and a 5 step, so what they would,
Basically, so 5 as in just the step, or do a 2.5 wage adjustment and 2?
yeah, so if
mean,
we're getting rid of the general wage adjustment, to your point, can we do a 2.5 step and a 5.5, and a 5 step, and just see what those two numbers look like?
okay.
So
It's too late. Okay.
bring,
You say, okay, the current budget is 2.5% and 5.
Right.
you're saying bring,
I think what I hear you saying is bring us back what 2.5 looks like.
No.
So 2.5 step, 5 step. Just two separate
It will
slides?
all be.
No general wage.
It'll all be step,
And then we'll just
no general
make
wage,
a
but one at 2.5% and one at 5%.
Okay. Steps are connected to performance. So
I still can't do that, man.
I got the math. I got the math. You guys are just a little bit sleepy. Okay, the steps are connected to performance.
With what
So,
COLA related?
correct?
Yes.
So if we're saying 2.5 or 5, that means regardless of performance, these folks are either going to get a 2.5 or 5. Because remember, step is connected to performance. So we're and I'm not saying we're bypassing, that means the step increases will not, for this year, will not be connected to performance evaluation. Right?
Sounds like it.
Well, we don't really have a merit-based performance system, right? So what does a performance evaluation look like? Meets or exceeds? What's the level? 'Cause
Meets or does not.
just meets.
Yeah.
Well,
I would
There will
contend
be
it's
some
not
im-
really performance
yeah, there-
anyway, but
yeah, it's not a merit-based award. Everybody moves up a step based on our pay plan. Everybody moves up a step unless they are essentially on a performance improvement plan.
Right.
And in that case, though, that employee is either going to improve their performance and meet expectations, or they're not, and then we'll have to go a different direction.
Right.
And then we'll bring an employee who will meet expectations. So, theoretically, that's the goal, is everybody is moving up on the step.
But then if a person has a PIP, in a normal setting, they would still get the general wage adjustment. They just wouldn't get the step.
I believe so.
I believe so, but I would need HR to confirm.
Yeah.
So-
Okay,
It's almost 11.
I know, so it's almost 11. Well, we don't have to extend here. I guess we want to try to see what we have consensus on.
Right.
So to me, I'm hearing a couple different options. Obviously, one is the recommendation, 2.5 and 5. Your recommendation was 2.5 and 0. Okay?
Yes.
Another option would be 0 wage, 2.5 step.
Yep.
Another option would be 0 wage, 5 step.
how about 3% step as well?
Another one would be the 2.5, which was, I was suggesting considering was a 2.5 wage adjustment and 2.5 step. Which obviously doesn't have the cost savings of the others, but to me, I don't think I can support any of the scenarios as a 0 somewhere. I'm not, given the fact that we're raising,
Employee contribution.
thank you, employer contributions. I mean, I think those are too big of cuts. And given where I think we can be with the health fund and other things, I think we can still get there without cutting wages that deeply. But where do we have
Can we just see
3
the numbers
people?
and then-
Where do we have consensus?
I mean, can we see the numbers for those and then have a discussion?
I would like to see the numbers for a 2.5 step, 2.5 wage adjustment, and 0. This is just me. 0 wage adjustment and 5% step.
So,
And,
so 2.5, or 0.5, okay?
Because you want no zeros. She wants 0 and 5. It's the net. It's the
But
same
they
thing,
look-
it looks different to the
Yeah.
way, I guess, so, yeah.
Yeah, look, and it affects different employees
It
differently.
does, right. It's not the same thing, but it's
Yes.
a similar number.
And if that's the case, then I would feel more comfortable supporting a 2.5 and a 2.5. That would be my vote, but I know we're bringing back
Yeah, I
50
mean,
billion different scenarios, so.
I'm really interested to see what cost savings
Yeah.
we get in
Yeah, I wanna see
other
reduction.
areas, so we can still continue thinking about this.
I'm the same. I would be up for a small, so whatever reduction is necessary in order to help get to the mill levy that we're talking about. This is an easy place to do it, but it's a hard place, one of the hardest.
Yeah, sure.
Big number, big impact. And so we need to be careful on how we do it. But I agree. I want to send the right message to everybody, but I also want to make sure that we're fiscally, responsible and conservative. And if you are committed to not wanting any, increase beyond a GWA, if we flipped it on the other side and went with all, some general way, or step increase, then I think we all get to the same place. But aesthetically, it may look better if we stuck with the 2.5 and 2.5. If we ultimately went with a 5, I guess is what I'm saying, meaning
Yeah.
if step increase. If 5 was really where we landed, I just would soon, I'm with you, I want to go 2.5, or 0. Like, again, if you really are serious about cutting this and you want to, try to reduce the impact of the mill levy, then this is the biggest way to do it.
So why don't, with everything else we did, understanding with the health insurance and the fire, let's run the scenario with the city manager's recommendation, the 2.5 and the 5, and let's see where that puts us at the mill levy. Because, and then let's run a scenario with 2.5 and 2.5, and see where that puts us with the mill levy.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That makes me feel comfortable.
So I heard 2.5 and 5, and that is what's in the city manager's proposed budget.
Yeah, run one with that, and then the other one, run with a 2.5 wage and a 2.5 step.
Okay, so just one in addition to the city manager's
Yes.
proposed budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to vote to extend the meeting? Is that?
Only when we get to the next item. Once we finish this item, then we'll vote to extend for open public comment here and commission items. Okay. So the hope would be that we'll make Ally do a whole lot of work in the next few weeks. Mary gets to do a whole lot of work. And then we'll see some scenarios that we can further evaluate. Okay.
I have a quick question. When we are adopting the CIP, what is the next step when we want to actually go and implement the projects that are in there? Like, if we approve the CIP as is, then does staff just go and do the projects necessary, or will we have an opportunity to discuss any project that we will begin? It's pretty tedious, so I would personally imagine have like an opportunity for you to take a look at the CIP, given your expertise, and have a discussion.
I would love to, and as a matter of fact, today we talked about Fire Station 3, and you'll see a proposal for that. Once a capital improvement program is adopted, basically it's the commission's way of telling staff, go ahead and proceed forward. And so not unless there's an issue with a project, a specific issue with the project, or new findings, is when, if we start that project, you always have the chance, because you're going to approve the contract to let's say, design it. And approve the contract to construct it. So the commission will always have a chance at different steps of the CIP to either approve a project or not approve a project.
Or how we fund it, et cetera. Because we've discussed PAYGO.
Yes, but when you adopt a CIP, it means that you're putting your rubber stamp on, those are the projects that we're moving forward with.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, anything else to add at this point on this topic? Okay, it is past 11. We have commission items, which should go pretty quick, I would think. And then we have How many people want to do public comment? Eric? Anyone? We'll see about online. Okay, let's make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
They said it at the same time. I don't.
I'm sorry.
Michael, take.
Thank you. Motion by
I did nothing.
Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Sellos. Let's do that. Cool. And it passed 5-0. Okay. Commission items. We just have the future agenda and the calendar. Any comments on those? And then any general commission items?
No, General, I just apologize. During commission updates, I didn't say anything about the activities going on next week during National Black Business Month week, and I'll just send those to the commissioners.
Okay, great.
Oh, actually, so I'm going to be available remotely for the meeting next week.
Oh, for the meeting next week, remote, okay.
I'll be here.
You won't be here. Okay, sounds good.
For the next meeting, both, is that correct?
The special one.
Okay.
The special one,
Oh, next week, okay.
Yes.
next week.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That brings us to, anything else?